I supposed to? I don't even know what this looks like.
Uh-oh.
I put I put Venny and Mina right next to each other, and it looks like fucking Venny is traumatized whatever Mina has on her
I don't even know what to
head.
do with this. Okay, I'm just gonna quickly like.
You said you put the code in the chat, the V chat? I don't. I'm blind.
Yeah, it's in the chat. Okay.
Wait, how
Oh
do
wait,
you?
no. That's how do I undo this?
How do you?
There
Like
should be an
that.
undo button to the right.
Yeah, I see it.
Oh, I see it. I see it. I see. Oh, that's how you do
Where's
it.
my eraser?
Oh, okay. That's how you do it. Oh, that's how you
I've like
do
also
it.
suddenly forgot.
You sleep.
You look like you're supposed to be on someone's head. I'm putting you on top of Mina's head.
Sweet job.
Do we have to put the character reference in the chat or something?
I think
The
so.
picture reference?
Yeah.
We need a picture reference.
Yeah, because we're drawing everyone, right?
Shirtless Ultimo.
For what? Hey yo, huh?
Hey, what?
That's what I got.
There go. Fuck, I forgot I was watching Markiplier.
Okay. Oh, I'm so sorry, Ulti. I'm like destroying this character.
Hello, guys.
I can't fucking draw like this, man. Oh.
Oh my god. I don't even know like what to do with this. This is so You know what? I'm done. This is so
No, I'm not done. I literally just started drawing. Please.
I just
draw
woke
the
up.
nipples.
I'm
I
not
just
a
woke
good
up.
drawer.
Neither am I. You're fine.
I just woke up. I said Taylor,
Never
just
let
in
him
case.
cook again.
Because I know my ass, I'll end up sleepy through. Oh, I'm a little late
That's
to
it.
join
I'm getting my drawing pad.
I thought about it. Oh
You
no,
can't
you
do
didn't.
it with
Oh,
the
this is actually
phone.
really cute.
Oh, you're on a
Cute.
phone?
Let's see.
Yeah, wow. You're on the phone.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, excuse me.
Charlie.
Stretchy. Oh, God.
I apologize for anybody that sees my drawing. Who wrote this? Give me a name. Who wrote this?
Who wrote this? Give me a name.
I want to know who wrote this.
I'll speak to your manager. Who wrote this?
I'm gonna try.
Go.
Like try on this part. Oh. Oh. Fuck.
Apologize if I may ask, who is
Showing me.
Fura? Fura?
For Affinity.
Fura? Yeah.
Furry site.
Hey yo.
It's still gonna show. I can't. This won't go away. That ad won't go away.
Wait, summer night, huh? Okay.
Summer night.
For those of you wondering what those big lumps are, those are my biceps. Perfect.
These are getting so deformed right now.
Huh?
I'm drawing something and it's getting more deformed every time I draw it.
Uh-oh.
What do you mean? Why am I like this? I'm trying. I'm actually trying here.
Oh, it's okay.
He's doing his
It's
best.
It's okay.
I am trying. Yo, that last one looks pretty good though.
Kinda insane, yes.
No, I'm not ready.
Neither am I.
I'm not ready to go. You
Hello,
can't make
Kobe
me.
stars.
don't know what to do about this. How can I make this better in like 5 seconds? I can't.
This is sure if I could put the browser with Spotify.
Oh damn.
Oh wow. Okay.
Yeah, I see it going up. Nah, yeah, not sure about that. No. That's in desktop.
No, it could have been Niwi.
Huh?
Okay, I'm pretty sure I already got this, but okay.
Okay. How am I supposed to draw this? Like that.
Hold on.
Like this.
Okay, this I could test.
Could draw him like the butcher.
Okay.
Drawing this reminds me when I dual wielded two guitars.
Okay. I'll see this up.
like
I see this up. Okay.
that.
I'm making sure. Yee.
Then we got
Oh god. Okay.
yes.
Oh, I gotta
That's
put Fanny up.
coming
here.
together. It's coming
Okay.
together.
I got this.
Fanny.
Most important part for you all. There you go. Oh, sorry, I forgot the two mountain biceps.
Oh yes.
And then we have
There
this.
This is what we strive for in
Can't
here.
draw a hand. I'm so
Big strong gun.
How am I supposed to draw this? Maybe like this?
Drawing on a mouse is.
Oh.
Now it just looks like I'm flipping somebody off right here.
Sorry, I had to wait because I was a little late to do. Yeah, I wasn't sure
There we
that I
go.
could do that though. More stuff to learn. Yeah. Yes, you.
Oh yeah. I drew an absolute masterpiece of coding. I'm gonna draw the Adam's apple. I almost drew the Adam's apple.
Masterpiece. Okay, so it did. Okay, so it notified that. I'm hoping.
I'm so sorry. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm sorry.
That's all you're gonna say, sorry?
Yeah.
Oh, that's actually really cute. Aw.
Oh, that is cute. Oh, excuse me. Looks like you holding a squirrel.
Yeah.
Huh.
Or is it a squirrel? Sort of looks like a
I'm gonna cheat. I'm
Pokemon,
gonna cheat. I'm
too.
gonna cheat. What is it? Aw, that is cute.
Yeah, it's a squirrel.
Your eyes are hurting looking at my art?
What?
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Oh,
Who wrote
no.
this?
Oh, no.
Alright.
Oh, no. I am like losing hair, like. It's okay. I got a lot of hair, so I don't care for shit. Oh, mama. Soon I'll join. Yeah. Oh shit, my hands. Blah, 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 blah. I'll put my phone right here, so I can keep up at least.
Oh god, my handwriting right now is awful.
Okay, sir. Oh, I don't know if I answered that already. Oh yeah, I did. I was just explaining that now. I just woke up and now I got alien cheeks.
There we go. Perfect. I won't let the biceps go. Listen, it's a trademark, all right? I have good arms.
Big strong arms, big PP arms, big strong arms.
Chai's
Well,
wheezing.
Silly
Could be
too
Chai,
many.
not a squirrel. Oh, that's true. It could have been Chai. Also, Charlie, I know you wouldn't let the biceps go either.
Put my light on.
God.
Was this pinned?
Jesus, bright as fuck. Oh, my eyeballs.
Your colors reminded me of squirrels.
Okay, there we go.
Thank you.
No, I'm not done.
Put in
Can't
every
be
picture,
serious.
so I'm just gonna keep doing it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
I think that's
okay,
about as
check.
good as it's gonna get.
So I can't make it.
Oh, was it bot?
No, I drew the cake like the Tilted Towers.
No.
Nice.
Oh, yeah, now I'm in.
All
Yeah,
right.
let's
Okay, we're
go.
done.
We,
Okay, we're finally done.
Do I really want to show mine first? Oh no.
Oh, no. Uh-oh.
Alright. Oh no.
Birthday cake.
Day cake.
Birthday cake.
Oh, Iwi.
Wait.
Happy birthday. Oh, that's cute. That's
Oh,
really good, Iwi.
that is good.
That is good.
Aw, cute.
My cake.
Wow,
My
y'all are
cake.
really good.
Oh, let me mute this.
Aw.
Put spare for
We still have the cake,
Wow.
yay!
I'm the worst at this. I'm gonna be
I'm a
real with you
ghost.
all. With
I'm the worst.
Oh, that's cute though, buddy. That's cute.
That's no cake.
Alright.
That's a tower of pizza.
No, not
I
the
do want
cake.
to save these. Okay.
I think there's a way to save it. I don't remember. This is my
Yeah, I
second
just
time
did.
playing
Ulti
this.
being a cat. Mina, hey yo.
Me and the kitty
You know
cat.
I'm allergic to cats. Oh,
Meow,
that's
meow.
cute.
Yo.
Oh, meow meow.
No.
Wait, Yuma?
I'm
Oh,
sorry.
What?
I just
Hey,
need to guess who
Hey.
this person is.
Jenny with the
I'm
Hulu face.
Scared
I messed up.
squirrel.
I was right. It was a squirrel. Yeah.
That was my take on
Looks
who
like a
for our
squirrel.
Infinity was.
I
just
was
had to
really
guess.
confused by it, so I tried.
That's cute.
Can I get an
Okay,
idea
let's-
who this person is though?
Excuse me,
yo.
next.
Why?
Hey,
Whoa!
yo.
Whoa!
Look at that neck right there.
Oopsie. Yo.
Thank you for getting it.
Ulti, that's so
Thank
funny.
you.
Hey, yo.
Ew, look at that biceps.
Oh no.
Lecter.
Oh, no.
Oh my
no,
gosh.
no.
Big leg.
At least
Yeah.
the shirtless thing kept throughout.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
that's
Dude, I
true.
did like
It's
6
the
different
shirtless thing
times.
kept throughout. Oh,
As a slime.
Love it.
As a squishy.
Aw, that's cute.
Oh, that
This
is
was when I used the mouse.
cute.
I didn't have my drawing pad for it.
Sweet
So
someone.
oh no. I'm sorry. I didn't know what else to draw.
Them.
Whoa.
Hey,
I'm
yo.
so sorry. I did not.
Whoa.
Wow, you went hard.
Giga Chad. Giga Chad. What?
Dang.
Man.
I didn't know you saw me like that, Mina. I feel very confident. Yeah, that jaw.
That jawline.
Oh my goodness, yes.
Is that
Well, see,
poo?
as a
Oh,
bear.
is that a hive? Oh, that's a hive. Oh, that was poo.
Bear getting honey. No.
Hey, you thought that was poop?
Yeah, I thought it was poo.
Oh, that is so cute.
It's Steph.
I'm ready.
I'm ready.
Wow.
I got dark real
Oh
quick.
no. Oh
It
no.
was Doc. Oh my He's ready.
Oh my
Wait,
god.
it's a reference for Pundle? I'm sorry, Pundle.
Oh.
No background noise. I'm in court. We're not
Okay.
supposed to laugh.
Okay.
Oh no, this is the first one that I did. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. This is terrible, I know.
Oh.
Exactly.
Posting to a
Okay,
dragon.
we had different. I
I'm
already know what
excited
this
to
one
see
is.
what this turns into.
Marry me.
You proposed to a dragon.
Oh, that's a dragon?
Dinosaur,
Yo.
no?
That is oh, another one.
That's cute, Celine.
That is cute.
Benny, we had the same idea.
Right?
I like the question mark here. Yes, the blushing.
Oh. That means you're engaged to Godzilla.
Aw.
It's a sign. One of your many wives.
One of my many wives.
Oh
Aw,
wow!
that's cute.
Oh, that's so cute.
Damn, that's good.
Don't look at mine.
Oh, look at that biceps.
Kiwi, yours
Late
isn't
day
that far
again.
off from
Got that.
mine.
Biceps.
I didn't know what it was.
Raging ninja.
Ninja.
Alright, I think we got one more.
I was thinking of what to write and I couldn't think of anything.
I didn't know what this was.
Balloons.
Balloons.
Lots of balloons.
That's a
Lots of balloons.
that's a balloons. Birthday balloons. Birthday balloons.
Aw,
Those are
man.
Oh, that
so
is
cute.
cute.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
I'm
How
happy
cute.
they turned into something cute.
Yeah. They either have gone like really dark or like really cute.
I can't believe the
Or
bear.
really, you know, like what?
I'm traumatized.
I'm sorry, Bear. I didn't mean to kill you like that.
I'm ready.
The I'm ready is even more traumatic.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Evie.
Hi, Crusher.
Why?
Happy birthday. Thank you.
Evie.
We don't talk
Why?
about it.
I'm just glad I didn't have to draw a bear trying to jump off a cliff.
Always like to slap the cheeks. Huh? How many brain farts? What the fuck? I don't freaking know. I'm having brain farts right now.
I'm sorry if whoever gets my prompts.
Oh my god.
Hey, yo. Okay. Let me see. How am I gonna do this? Maybe like.
I have a dislike for whoever wrote this.
Actually, I'll make this blue.
Beep 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 beep.
Then we'll get like you right here.
Oh, this is poopy.
I'm sorry, Ulti, but your hair just gets worse and worse.
And this deep, 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 deep. What's that?
Wait, this should be red.
that. Whoop. Ah, that's oh yeah. Oh shit! I put a thumb in the wrong spot. Oopsie. Wing it. Just wing it. Just wing it.
Special kind of thumb.
Just wing it. Just wing it. Dude. I'm not good drawing this part. I suck at drawing this part. I know I do.
Guess I'll put a shirt on Alti this time.
Oh no, give me. Oh no. No.
There you go.
Okay. Time up. Time up.
Look out, everyone needs to discover. I used colors last time. What do you mean?
Oh, wait. Do I have time to... Okay. A little sketch. Little final sketch. Oh, that is cute.
Oh. Cute.
Is that how I spell it? Is that how I spell it?
Took 4
I
tries.
think so.
but I got one.
Are you fucking serious? Fuck you, damn bot.
Huh?
Huh? Oh, okay.
I have a lot of questions right now. No, my head is not in the shape of an oval.
Right, do like this. Hello, son. Hello, son. Hello. I suck at drawing. Yeah. Oh, Dad. Got a big old butt. Got a big old butt.
Hey, yo. What do you mean I like to eat the big ones? Don't they usually come big?
Hey, yo.
Whoa.
Sounds saucy.
Very sussy.
Okay. I heard a lot of big old. Yeah, you did.
Time with Necro has skewed Ulti's bias. It's big for you usually? What do you mean? Do they come in different sizes?
Hmm?
And shape?
Bye. Yeah.
Whoa.
Oh, shit. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Stonesy! Not Stonesy, I'm sorry, son. You have to do that.
I didn't click done. Will that be like?
Oh.
I never clicked on.
Oh, so it works.
Yeah.
Okay.
It just saves what you already did.
Nice.
Take that. No. Oh, thank you, son. You didn't have to do that. No. Give it to him. It's his birthday today. Yes. Oh, jeez. Ah.
Oh, hey yo.
I put my hand on my back and it's cold. Ah, I almost screamed. Mm-mm. Oh, wait. Oh, I get. Oh, this is. Oh, I got it. Oh. Yes. I'm going. This one I could do like this.
I'll put the hands on the hips to give it flair and attitude.
Oh, excuse me. Be that.
You gotta add the sparkles
Gotta
too.
have the flair and attitude.
I had to get my arm pad.
Yeah, I gotta add the flair and attitude, you know?
Usagi be gassy. I'm not gassy. What are you talking about? I'm not gassy. Well, mouth fart, yes.
I'm pretty proud of my sparkles, I'm not gonna lie.
As you should be.
Oh, hang on, you're right. I do have to add the biceps. Where's the 8-pack? Alright, I got you.
do this because...
Hold on. You know what, let me just cut this all
Doggo.
out right here.
There's a doggo. I know I could do it better. I know I could do that better, but... I can't do.
Bicep. And then we'll put the hand here. Actually, that
Oh, now it's starting to fucking work. Fucking
That's like a
street
tumor in the
outlet,
shoulder,
I swear to God.
Actually, we'll do this. There's the... No, that doesn't look good.
I'm
I'm running out of time!
How you go, Chansu?
Right there. Bicep. There.
I love this song.
Bicep. 6-pack. There. Perfect.
Did anybody like the Gazette?
Can't tell
Or is
it's
it just
ulti
me?
without the biceps, apparently. Where are my pectorials? Looks like Booba. Oh, that's cute.
Wait.
I'm gonna spice this one up.
Hey, yo.
For free?
For free?
We are 2 subs away, by the way, from...
We need-
you want the
we need
smoochy
a bit of
You hear
Ocean
that, son?
Kiwi?
You hear that, son? 2 subs
Yui
away.
wants the smoochy woochie.
Hey,
Come here,
yo!
Come here.
Whoa.
Oh,
Wait, I can't
yo!
concentrate.
Wait, I can't concentrate.
How am I gonna draw now, ulti? I'm stunned. We're quarter way. I haven't done a thing.
Neither have I. What the heck? How am I gonna draw this? Maybe like this?
Oh, I can't reverse and hot. Oh, shit. Yeah. I'll do like this right away. Whee! Yeah, and that, and a little. Hello. Let me do this real quick.
How am I gonna draw these? Maybe like this?
Oh, what?
No.
His hair's like more like this. Huh? I'm sorry, but this is his birthday.
Draw this.
It is his birthday event, so yes.
Maybe... I never drew this animal before. Maybe like this? And then like this. We gotta get the tail. That.
Get the tail.
Do that.
Oh no 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 no! Oh hello there, Sephiroth.
I'm running out of time. Oh, speed run.
Speed run! Speed run! There! Fuck! There! I'm sorry, but next time, okay? Next time.
There we go.
Let me do this real quick.
Well, I accidentally added a line. Fuck.
We need to get the fuck out of here.
Okay,
We're
what
gonna
are these
search over
things?
to
Hang
Pizza
on.
Hut.
What are these things? They look like vases.
That Pizza Hut coupon will be mine first.
That's what I like. That's you.
Disco party.
And then a paka. And then a paka.
Also, if y'all don't know who.
Damn it! I didn't have time.
It was
Alright, you all ready?
No.
No.
Neither am I.
Yes and no.
Oh, you play Uno, son. Maybe maybe we should play sometimes. Yes, yes.
I'm not saying that because.
Oh my god, I'll
Great.
take
I was so confused.
I love it.
Much better than mine. Oh no, mine's crappy. Ah!
That's
Oh,
pretty
I'm.
good.
Oh.
Oh,
Oh,
Zelda?
that's,
Oh, I see that.
Oh!
I
that's
see
what I
that.
got.
Right?
Oh,
Cute.
I
What?
didn't prepare.
I don't know what it means.
Came to the holidays prepared.
Oh,
I like how this
Oh,
like
the
ended on a question.
one is
Like, huh?
okay, get it.
Not sure. Yeah, confused.
Been
Ooh,
wondering if he's
yeah.
prepared for holiday.
I don't know
Oh,
what hot means.
oh my
Ate his
god.
cake.
I
What
meant
is
like
hot?
dog. I know why I typed that.
It's like another way to
Oh,
misspell
yeah.
hot.
Oh,
Weird.
hot. Oh, that's what you meant.
Firing his laser.
Oh.
It so does look
So that's
like it.
what happened.
Oh, okay, okay.
That makes sense now.
Water beam.
Hey,
That's what I got.
It's going there.
Timo IV. I love it. Oh, I didn't save these. Hold on. Let me go back and save them. There we go. Aww.
Oh,
Like
So
forgot to draw the flowers.
Aw.
That's
That's really
cute.
good, Boo Bear.
that is cute.
Thanks.
Aww.
That when I saw that, I was like, oh my god,
That's
that's
so cute.
good.
Aww.
Oh.
The blush.
Yeah.
They start dancing.
Oh, so that's what happened.
Oh, okay.
I love it.
Yeah, I didn't know what
Flower
that
dance.
was. I was like, what is that?
It reminds me of that Squidward with his arms go.
I have to say, Mina, every time that your art comes in, everybody in the chat just goes, so cute. Aw. Aw.
You got it
Oh.
right.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, I probably got
Mila,
something
your art's
different.
really good too.
Shy Ulti wants to ask a question.
That's cute.
Yui, I kept it alive. I kept it alive. I kept the hands alive.
Let's go.
Eh.
Nice.
Benny.
Never mind. It's
Aw,
okay.
very cute.
I don't want to talk about that extra line on accident.
It disappeared.
Aw.
It disappeared. It just went to my vein.
What the heck? Y'all are really good at this.
I will have a bear that's not jumping off a cliff.
Giant bear.
Oh, I did. Spelled.
Oh. Okay, I see where it's going.
We're still in it. Oh,
You would have
Ulti's gone.
disappeared.
Basket.
Toilet floor.
Toilet floor.
Not the toilet floor.
That energy drink almost right up my nose.
Hi, matey. Happy birthday. Thank you.
Oh, Bear, I think you turned into a picnic. You're the food right now.
Wow. Not the food.
Blooda rated your channel with 15 viewers.
Thank you for the raid. But you should have rated him.
As a dog boy.
Dog boy. Oh.
It's already typing it. Oh my gosh.
Thank you for
Whoa.
the raid. Oh my god, you see my...
Oh, slay.
Thank you for the 5 community gift subs.
So monsters. Well, I am trying.
These drawings are really good, y'all. Y'all are really good at this.
Oh no.
I'm trying.
Lead us to another sub goal.
Let's
Nice,
go.
nice.
Like
Yeah, we
when my
did.
dick talks to me and says like, "Go
That's
get
my mate before you. Always so supportive.
some bitches,es," and I'm like, "I'm trying."
I like how you gave the dog ass too.
Really?
I thought if there's any to represent
Ulti
Ulti
became
more.
the dog.
Yeah.
Right.
It's become a staple now. It's not
If you
me
need to
unless
drink,
it has
do
abs and
anything,
biceps.
go ahead and do that.
You
Go ahead
lost
and do
your
that.
arms.
Hello, bloody.
Give me one
It's
moment
down there
to
somewhere.
fix. Oh, we'll just watch it actually. Ooh, wings and a wand.
Yeah, I could have just put it short as being a fairy.
I suck at drawing a wink.
Angel. Sailor Moon.
Oh.
Hey yo.
Ooh.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, but that's really good.
That is good.
Okay, I know this
I
one.
bet your drawing is I bet you could do this bloody. Your
What is
drawing is
that?
good too.
I don't.
I bet you can do
See
this
my
too.
abs and
I
biceps.
genuinely didn't have enough time to draw the entire outfit.
That's okay.
I don't know if you're into this game, Bloody,
With
though,
big
but
muscles,
yes.
of course.
I thought
Yeah.
there
I mean,
was
also
big muscles.
if we play sometimes.
We got one more.
Being very sus with the chaos group. Yes.
Oh, this is the one that I got.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, I got totally
Okay.
something. I got something different. Pee-pee rate. Yes.
That looks like a
yes.
spider.
Pee-pee rate. Hello, Ringo.
We're
Hello,
keeping it.
Ringo. I'm gonna go.
It's still the
Alright.
same. It's still the same.
Mine.
Oh,
I was crying.
Mine.
I ran out of time.
Someone's
Like the Grinch.
The
Thank you,
green.
Bloody. Thank you for that. Yes.
Perfect.
Pretty accurate, I'd say.
Oh, this is the last one. I'm sorry. This is the last one.
I don't know what to
This
think
is
about,
be
so I'm just
around.
like,
Ooh.
I don't know what to think
It's
about.
really
I'm just
cute.
like,
Oh yeah, I messed this one up. But low-key on purpose.
But low key on purpose. I love how you admitted that.
Myself at this point.
Okay, yes, go eat.
My
Go eat.
nana.
Go eat.
Is that
Go
too
get some
bad?
numbers. Go get some numbers. Yes.
Banana Oopsie. Oh, that's what I got.
But thank you for
Banana.
giving Rinko a shout out.
Banana.
Yes. Hold on. Before I do
Fighting with
that,
their
let me
sticks
do.
for ulti banana.
Let me do
Yeah.
this.
I don't know
Let
what
me
they have
do
with
shout out
them.
to the
I mean,
birthday
on
Oh,
them.
boy.
this? Yeah, it's supposed to be like tails. I
Oh,
know.
tails. It
Yeah.
was it
Tails?
looked like in front of them.
It was a little sus, huh?
I just call it
There you go.
sticks.
Oh shit, I did that wrong.
Give me one moment to go ahead and
I could call it
change
sword
the,
fight if I
You're
wanted
good.
to.
You're good.
the sub goal again.
Hey.
Because
No, you're good.
wait,
You're
what
good.
sub goal did we reach? We reached. Gotta
70.
check it again.
I'm for sure I can say I'm about. Oh no, you got to thank you
We
for coming in,
reached-
Rinko. Go ahead and
Oh,
get
you
the
all
birthday
get to
boy.
pick new sound alerts. Ooh, that'll be fun to do.
Something sauce.
Thank you, Mayfie baby.
Something something sauce
I gotta
reading.
set this to. I believe it's 90 nits.
Not like I am. Alti should get a sausage
Can't talk.
salad
My mother's
list.
in court. Such a bad time. Oh, that's okay, Yuma. That's okay. All right, are we all ready to get back to it?
Number 0.
Who's beside me?
Of course,
in the,
handsome. She
Is
thinks
the
I'm
reactor?
handsome. Oh my.
Oh shit!
Oh jeez.
I'm sorry, I'm not judging either. the PNG. I'm sorry.
One more attempt. One more attempt. One more attempt. Thank you, Rico. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Yep, there it is. Thank you, Rico.
Alright.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
It's going to be perfect.
I want to say that. Am I going silent? What? What? Oh shit. Let's see. That.
Timing. Here we go. Oh.
Ooh, I spelled that wrong. No, 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 no. Okay, okay, I'm done, I'm done. Yeah. Yes. Go follow the particular.
Okay, I let chat pick out what they want for the sentence. Ooh.
Oh, yo! Wait, yo! Oh, gee, okay, I'm gonna, okay. My brain just went brrr. My brain went burr. Just see that? I bet this is Evie. I bet Evie wrote that.
No, that's not me. I saw it. That's not me.
Whoa, it's not the color I wanted.
Do like this with that, and then this with the. How big should we get? How big? There you go.
Index finger going. And we could put this. Am I running out? Oh, no, I'm not running out of time. Okay. I thought I was running out of time.
There you go.
Get this.
Let's
Mountain
give it a
biceps
toot.
in there.
There you go. There you
Oh
go.
gosh, I don't have enough space for the head. I don't have enough space for the head.
No.
We'll make this one sexy.
Hey, yo.
Don't do it like that. Don't make it bouncy. I'll just like
make it
okay.
bouncy.
Okay. Just made it in time. This one just looks like it's sagging right here.
I'm so sorry you look like that.
Yes. Oh.
What is that supposed to be?
Oh.
I don't know how to spell this.
Like that.
Oh, that's how you spell it. That's what it told me how to spell it, so. Ooh, okay.
Queen Kitty 1996 rated your channel with 22 viewers.
Why does that
Oh
mean?
my god.
Isn't it?
Oh, that was Labyrinthe. I hated it. And the game. Oh, snort. I got it. Let's do that.
We're supposed to be scared of.
We do it like that. I hope everybody's doing
This
okay.
thing, you're just
Go ahead and
messing
give
with
you a follow. It's his birthday today.
Keep thinking this is like Clip Studio and I can just right click on something and steal the color.
Oh, I'm getting distracted.
I don't even know what that is.
Hello, Raiders. Hello, my name is Usagi Inuhime. I'm a hyper energetic doggo. If you need to do anything, go ahead and do so. Yeah.
How am I gonna do this sideways?
Yeah.
Like this.
Also,
actually turned out really neat.
I'm running out of time. Oh shit. Look at big bear arms. Whoosh, whoosh, woof, woof. Do it like this.
Don't ask me how I'm holding it with my abs.
I don't know how to draw lemon.
Now I can do this. Now I can do Thank you so much. Sticky. Oh, that's cute. All right.
I'm starting to notice a trend with you, Boo Bear.
No, what could that be?
The bears. Bears. Oh, okay.
Hey, yo.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Isn't that pink, right? So.
Like drawing sucks
like that.
on a mouse pad. On a mouse? Not a mouse pad. I'm tempted to get my art pad. But I don't feel like hooking it up. Because that thing is a pain in the ass to hook up.
I feel that.
It's... Oh, 6-pack. Hold on.
Yeah, don't forget the 6-pack.
Oh, that's something I don't know. Just do like this. Yeah, do like this.
It's so cute and dumb at the same time. I love
it. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah. Can't forget the belly button. Got this little dilly dally. And then
You can't tell it's Ultima unless it has boobs? What do you mean?
Hey, yo!
Oh? New ulti lore?
Booba. Happy. Juice. And then let's do drip. And then there we go. little smudge right there.
6
Ooh,
out
excuse
of
me.
9. Nice.
Like everybody's not talking and just like completely.
Oh, I thought that
focused on
was
the
something
drawing.
different.
Focused. I am
Yeah, I can
focused.
tell.
Everyone just so focused. I'm sorry, baby. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Oh
Go
my
back.
goodness,
I'm
I heard the
sorry.
meow.
I'm sorry.
meow?
Go back to sleep.
Wow.
Bear.
Bear.
Oh.
There.
My eyes are going crazy. Let me see if I can make
Wait,
my
there's
eyes do
another
it
one
again.
from
Hold
Boo
up.
Bear. Wait, then I'm
Oh?
confused.
Is there multiple
There
bears?
you go. I think
No,
so.
it's not going crazy right now.
Bear.
I hope so.
Are you hungry?
It was. Hold up.
Want some food?
No. Oh.
Oh, I love this.
Varietygamer, yes, thank you.
Staying in that. Staying in that. Someone is obsessed with bears.
Man, I don't know who.
Evie.
Why me?
Jumbo.
Who wrote this? Wait,
Oh,
hang
shit.
on. I just read the prompt. Who wrote this?
I'm gonna fuck this up.
How am I supposed to draw this? What? No, I don't even know what this looks like. What? I should have paid more attention in class. I think it
Yes,
looks
you
like
should.
this.
In my class, especially.
I don't think
Benny.
I
God, you're so
paid
funny.
attention in his class. I was failing. I'm always
Shoot,
failing.
I don't even know what this looks like. I think it's like something like this, right?
Sensei, Ami, please forgive me. Ah!
Oh God, I don't know what to
Oh
do
God.
for this.
Okay, let's do like that. No, let's give him a suit for this. No, fucking shit. Okay. That.
It's kind of like a triangle. What? Oh, this does not look like a triangle. Screw it.
Could not do
I
better
got
than
it.
that. That's perfect.
We're just gonna go with this, y'all.
I suck with fingies.
Kind of sad there's no purple. We need
You can
purple.
make purple. If you click the big
Can I make
box.
Oh, no.
Just the tip.
I didn't
Hey,
know
yo.
that. Well,
I'm sorry, baby.
I didn't know that. Whoa!
There we go.
Revolutionary. More
Thanks
colors.
for the shout out, handsome.
There
Hey,
you go.
yo.
There you go. Ah!
Yeah,
I tried my best. I tried my best. I tried. Oh.
What is this?
What was that Pokemon name? Fuck. I'm having brain farts. Shit. No, that's not. Shit! Oh, I'm having brain farts. Ah, jeez.
Oh, you're right. Because it has the grass on top. Looked like a tomato to me.
Oh, shit. No! Shit! I fucked that up. I fucked that up.
Let's do it. Let's do it.
Dude, oh, no.
That's what my chat wanted, okay? Hey, yo.
Whoa.
Whoa.
That's pretty good.
Nina.
That's pretty good.
Oh, there.
Smash.
Ultimate.
Hey, yo! Hey, yo!
Whoa.
Ulti with boobas.
Boopas.
Oh,
Oh, I already got the six pack, dude!
Female ulti. It's
I
strong.
love it.
It's so
I love the
powerful.
female.
She
one
looks
with the
better.
abs.
Yeah, that's what I was going for. Female
You know
ulti.
what?
Because
Oh my gosh,
I'm always,
everybody's saying
I'm always
smash.
I'm gonna draw you a gender bent ulti.
Oh, nice! Yes! Yes! Let's go!
Oh my gosh.
I like Gender Bender's artwork.
Oh, I got yours, Mina.
Oh.
Yeah.
Whoa.
What's your
What
about?
happened to that one mustache?
Hold on, come on, come on.
You skipped arm date like the other arm.
There we go. Yeah, try. Oh shit, not that. No, don't try that. That's what I was trying to go for, but I fuck up. Disco King. Disco King. I fucked up. I fucked up.
Ooh. I like it.
We kept pretty much on scale.
Yeah.
Yes. Positive potato. Ooh.
Positive potato.
Mina.
That is
God.
no, not that
kind of positive.
I'm
Oh my
sorry.
gosh.
No.
Wait. Oh
Orange
my
with
god.
the thermometer? Excuse me? How is that orange with the thermometer?
I don't know how. I forgot how a thermometer looks like. I'm sorry.
Oh my gosh.
What do you mean an organ?
Liver.
I would think a Pickle Rick kind of thinks that.
How is it an
They
organ?
told me it looked like a crime.
It's a Dorito.
Illuminati.
It's a burrito.
Wow, that's
a burrito.
Illuminati.
we went from everybody getting the disco party to like completely unhinged. That's beautiful. Ooh, Ulti cat.
Orange turned into an organ.
Aw, that's pretty cool.
Oh, that is cute.
Chihuahua.
Chihuahua Chihuahua. Chihuahua.
Hey, yo.
Chihuahua.
That's shaming.
Flower bear ulti.
Oh my gosh, yes, a bear!
Join.
That's what I got confused.
Join.
I love the way that Mina drew this.
The bear.
Hey, yo. Oh, that is cute! That is so cute!
I love it. What?
His new fair friend.
Mina.
That is
I wanted to
cute.
draw me sneaking out the window, but I didn't have time.
This really
You're
has
sneaking
become
out
an
the window.
animation. Think about it. It went from Ulti fighting the bear to befriending the bear to now bathing with the
Being in
bear.
a hot tub.
There's a truce.
Yes.
There's a truce.
Whole
here.
anime arc.
Wait. The bear went to kill himself, but Ulti stopped him. Therefore,
He was an enemy, now he's a
Went to
friend.
a picnic.
now a
having
new
shower
founded
together.
friendship has appeared.
Yes.
Having a dance party.
Yeah.
The strand of hair.
This is
New friendship unlocked.
Locked.
Aw.
It's supposed to be an Xbox achievement thing down there.
Oh,
Yeah.
Xbox achievement. I get it now.
Yes.
What's up with the discos?
What is that in the background?
Well, it's
I
like a
don't
carnival.
I don't know what that is.
Like a carnival, you
In
know,
a
like
cold.
the.
Yeah, I get it.
dance.
I'm sorry.
Who ends up in the bowl?
Oh my gosh,
This is the
Benny!
opposite. The previous
It's not a
one
good
went
story
from,
after all. It's
Yeah,
a
the
bad
previous
ending.
one went from fighting to
Betty,
being friends. This one now goes from friends to fighting.
Oh no.
Benny, why?
Enjoying
It
a
was like a
juice
bowl there.
Juice box.
Aw.
I don't know why I always add the flame. It's just important to me.
Slurp it really hard. Slurp what? Hey yo.
Whoa.
Keep the six pack.
The juice looks like...
It kinda,
Bro,
it
Ulti's
looks
apple
sus.
goose drunk.
Whoa.
I
Whoa.
alone am the honored one. Iwi.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
I'm gonna be real with you all. My cheeks are starting to hurt, and it's only been like the first hour.
Oh, just wait to party
I know I'm
animals.
gonna survive the rest
This is
of
gonna be
today's
Ulti at the
plan.
end of the stream.
You simply do.
Bear, you can't eat my finger.
Ulti went for
Yeah, I drew him as
What?
a ditto.
I knew it was a ditto. God
Yes.
damn it.
What?
God
I
damn
drew
it.
you as a ditto.
Oh, ditto?
Damn it. I
Yeah.
knew it was a the channel. I'm just having brain farts.
Well, yeah, that is deformed. We're keeping up with it. It's the same prompt.
Oh.
See, I know it was a diddle. It wasn't. Oh, I had total brain farts. I had a total brain farts. And just. I didn't finish the rest.
Oh.
Well, that's accurate. That
That's
is
not a
deformed
birthday
in the end.
cake.
I did not get this one.
I did. Oh, I got.
I don't remember
not
this
pick
one.
He
died.
Oh,
Usagi.
that's why.
Oh.
Nom nom. That one's so good though.
I tried so hard of it for him to jump out of that
Oh, that's really good.
Oh, that. Oh.
I did really bad. I did really bad. No, don't show it.
It was a tomato. It was a tomato. They told me it was an apple.
Is it not a cherry?
It's not a cherry.
It's supposed to be.
In the game.
just-
in the game.
Yeah, the game it's supposed to be a cherry.
Yeah.
Yeah. I thought it was a cherry.
I thought they were ghosts. What?
Ooh.
They're ghosts, and you eat the little dots too.
Oh,
and
nice.
cherries to pick out.
No way. I drew the same thing.
Real what? Oh, nice!
Yeah.
Let's
Oh,
go!
yeah.
Let's go!
Everyone drew the same thing.
Stuck on the phone with Dolce.
But no, wait.
Oh.
Happy
There's
birthday.
a little something. That...
But he's a duck.
I forgot the birthday cake.
The six pack.
Quack quack.
Oh, so good.
Oh, how did we get here?
Easily.
Animation time?
He's turning into different animals. And stuff.
Oh, we have the same.
Oh, thank you for the hydrating.
So I have to say, those are my new credits. I changed up my credits, so those are the new credits for the new model. For this model, the rigger and artist was actually done by Mina, who's here. But yeah, those are gonna be my new parents for my model.
Oh,
but yeah, I didn't know that you were also VTuber Goober. Oh, you! Oh my gosh, man! Shout out for Queen Kitty, please. She looks very pretty. Okay, y'all ready for the next one?
Yes!
Oh my gosh, Helldivers 2? I'm following immediately. Absolutely. Freedom?
Oh, yes.
Oh, jeez. Hold on. Yeah. Oh, I spelled that wrong. Ha! Hee! Oh, okay. We're gonna keep this up. Gonna keep this alive. Yes.
I think after this, I might play some R6. Get my blood pumping.
Nope, I didn't have time.
Yes. Oh, I'm gonna have fun with this one.
Ooh, I'm sorry.
Who came up with this prompt? Okay.
I feel that.
I wish it would.
I feel that.
Oh, excuse me.
You are not excused. In fact, you are accepted into Hogwarts. I'm joking. Gryffindor.
I'm not good at drawing bodies like this, but I'll
Same.
Oh, you got food. Nice, nice. You got food, food. Oh shit! I made the body too. Wait. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Nice. You got food. Nice, 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 nice. Baby. Oh my god. Now I got a little time to color a little bit.
Oh fuck.
Do shade.
Yeah.
Shade, shade, shade. There we go. But fake it, eggs, cheese. Ooh. Damn it.
No, give me more time, please. I haven't finished drawing the suit.
Gimme, gimme, gimme.
He's gonna be chilling. Okay, close
Alright,
enough.
take the trash out. Oh, that is cute.
Who made this?
Oh shit. Oh, I'm spelling its name. No. There we go.
This is really well made.
Oh, I spelled that wrong. No. Look it.
Wow, I'm just gonna draw the same thing. I love that.
It's what?
Oh god, yes. My favorite thing to draw, swole ulti.
Wanna play a little bit?
Oh,
Please don't bite my finger.
Oh, fingies? Fingies?
I have a kitten in my lap.
Ah!
Bear.
I have a baby bear in my lap.
I'm glad.
Ow!
Protesting no? Okay.
It's
Ow!
do like this.
I'm doing it again.
Just like that.
I will always draw ulti like this. Whenever they say
What?
I will forever draw ulti like this from here on out.
Wait.
Even the female version. But he skips like every other day.
Oh, wait. Dude, like
Look, bear.
that looks like it. Yeah.
Bear.
Yeah. Not sussy at all. Okay.
You know what? I'm gonna do something very fucked up.
Uh-oh.
We love that.
I like how we love the AO. Got really close
Wait,
to the
I'm
mic.
focusing.
Everybody got quiet.
He's like perfect.
Mother, I crave
I'm
violence.
focusing.
Benny. Oh, Shy, may I have a shout out for Benny? I don't believe
Me?
you did a shout out. Yeah, for you.
You. Yes. No.
You're one of my best friends here, Benny. And absolutely.
Let's go. You hear that, guys?
You hear that?
You know, Em,
You're the favorite.
you're actually smart.
You're
Sam.
you all are my favorites.
Oh.
Aw.
God damn it. I thought I was special.
You are special. What do you mean?
I guess not special enough.
So speaking
Which
out
one
of
is it,
focusing,
Ollie?
I'm sorry,
Wow.
I have to say, you actually
I'm
smart.
focused.
Sam.
I don't know what I'm looking at.
Just
There's
saying
definitely
whatever.
a Mina drawing right here. Where's my six-pack, Mina? Let's see.
Yeah, baby. Yeah.
Oh god. No. No, wait.
No.
Baby, you wanna say happy
Fuck,
birthday
I
to
can't type.
Elsie?
I can't type. No.
I
no.
have no idea
Shit.
what the hell I'm looking at. The only thing I can make out is that there's a penguin and an ulti. That's it.
Oh, wait, no. Okay, let's do it. Okay.
Then you're on point.
Okay, I'm gonna draw the small pen now.
It's.
Oh, how am I gonna do this? Maybe like this.
Oh, excuse me. Let's do it like this. I'm trying to draw.
We gotta get those teeth in there. How am I gonna do this?
And a hand right here.
I don't want to draw hair, so I'm just gonna scribble.
I think I did this wrong. Nope. Let's. Shit. No. And then.
Oh, I'm really lazy right now. I hate being lazy, but oh well.
That's good enough, yeah? I'm not good at drawing. Like that. Shit.
I'm not that good at drawing either. I doubt anybody could even make out what I'm drawing half the time.
There we go.
Okay. I'm done. I don't want to draw anymore. I'm good. I hate drawing on mouse, especially on Gartic phone.
Oh my gosh.
Wait. There
What
we
is that even supposed to be?
go. There.
Okay.
Oh. Okay. Let's do like this. This.
How am I supposed to draw this? I think they have like pointy heads, right? No, they don't.
This.
Maybe like.
Bear! No!
Oh
my god.
Can he do
She
something?
jumped.
Oh
my god.
No.
No! The cliff?
Oh my god.
The cliff! Stop.
Bear, you're gonna give me a heart attack.
Uh-oh.
I'm forever gonna remember Alti drawing a bear. Or not Alti. Who drew the bear on the cliff?
That was funny.
That was
Wasn't
Benny.
me.
I couldn't remember if Vanny was the one who drew it or suggested the idea.
Suggested it. I drew the final.
You think I would do such a thing?
Yes.
I put the bar solo. That's on me.
Not the turtle. It doesn't look like it's what it's supposed to, but close enough.
Welcome to Gartic.
I don't want to draw anymore, bro. My hand is starting to hurt. Ugh.
After this, I'll know exactly how to draw Ulti.
I can't get his hair right.
I know, I've been like, his hair has just been progressively getting worse each time I draw it.
I know, me too. I'm just not. I'm done.
I suck drawing hair.
I give up. I don't want to do this no more.
Oh.
Whoa!
Oh,
what the heck?
Whoa! This is aggressive. I love it.
No, I won't do that. I won't just do like that. Okay. Oh wait. I just no. Let me edit. Come on. No.
I know who
No
drew this,
shit.
but it's beautiful.
No. Shit. What?
Oh shoot!
Yeah. I don't know.
I was trying to edit it, but I ran out of time.
All right, let's do it. Let's watch.
It smells so
Baby ulti.
baby.
That's right. Goo goo
Goo
gaga.
goo gaga.
As a giant baby. I like how you put that in all caps. Run, help.
He's huge.
Yeah, big baby. Oh, big baby.
Get away!
Run! Ah! Oh! he turned to a dinosaur!
It was a baby Godzilla this whole time.
I didn't know what I was staring at, man.
Oh, shit, over here. Let me move.
Oh, this was yours.
Right
Okay.
here. Okay, there you go.
Yes. Oh, it looks like you're merged together. Oh.
Yeah, it does.
Oh.
Well,
Oh,
oh,
no.
oh my gosh,
Oh.
Oh, wait. I gotta
Oh,
entirely
no.
deal with it. Deal with it.
Oh my gosh. I would never bully a turtle. Like a soccer ball.
It is like a soccer ball with legs.
With legs.
I couldn't fix my typo.
Oh, that's
Yeah,
cute.
no.
Ooh, that's so cute. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, I know what this is now. I didn't know what I was staring at, man. I didn't know what I was staring.
Oh, but that is cute though.
Oh.
The penguin doesn't look
Sorry, I
happy.
forgot the cat ears. I probably forgot the cat ears.
Uh-oh.
And baby ulti?
Oh, Jesus.
Walk into a bar.
Walk into a bar.
Oh my god.
Oh my god!
Oh, what? That is good.
Emoji, ooh, plush face.
Silly.
Oh,
I like how it all turns to ulti. At the end of the day, it
I
all turns
messed this one up.
Whoa, that is good.
Yuba.
I don't like it.
That's
I don't
really
like
good though.
Sure. That's really good.
Hey yo.
I'm sorry.
Oh,
Yeah.
puzzle.
I saw the wind and I was like,
Guys, the move. Oh, the fuck's typing mouth part, but I was trying to type and I was like, move. When it came out, move.
Yeah, the blushing face is really good.
Oh. Oh.
You
I'm
become
sorry.
a
Humming bear.
Yes.
You
Uh,
are.
What'd you eat?
Frog?
Wait.
Oh, that's what I got.
It looks like
He's a
Jackie for
honey?
some
The
reason.
honey. What?
I draw him
Oh,
as a
no.
jar of
More
honey.
discos.
No, we lost the bear. We can never keep bear ulti. I don't know.
Ramen cup.
Oh my
Oh god.
Why am I only worth 10 cents?
god.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Ulti's here in a
We
ramen
didn't
cup.
have enough time.
Why?
I was very confused.
I didn't.
I love it. I love it.
Oh, I got
No.
No. I love the abs.
The abs, yes. Oh, Usagi? Hey, yo.
What? I love the little foot.
That could have turned out very Hey, yo, Benny? The credit card emote.
It's poisoned.
Poison.
Oh, I didn't mean to click that.
Yeah, but it adds to it.
Oh, my stomach hurts.
Okay, I'm glad
I had a really bad version of it, but yeah.
Oh, that's,
Oh, that's
really
good,
That's
though.
pretty good.
That's really good.
I don't like it. Could be
Be a
Could be a
mafia
mafia boss.
The
it.
head's good.
I love it so much.
Baby, hit me.
Am I giving the finger? What am I doing there?
That's a gun. That's supposed to be a
I
gun
think the
pointing
gun's
your
pointing
way.
at us.
That's supposed to be-
Yeah.
Wait, I see it. I see it.
With the cocaine.
Oh, that's
That's
I
a
thought it
cupcake.
was
That's very
as-
good.
I thought it was as a
Well,
cupcake.
it is as a
Dress.
cupcake now.
Oh, how the tables have flipped.
I don't know.
Oh, I'm sorry. I had to Google how they look. I didn't have the time.
Oh, more
Oh.
ulti with God.
Okay, that's the
Enjoy your
one I
message?
saw.
Oh, yeah. I'll look at that in a little bit, Crush. Ulti is doing his part. Helldiver. Hell yeah, Celine. Hell yeah.
I need to get
Freedom.
Helldivers
Ulti
too.
with a Glock and sunglasses.
I really need to get Helldivers too.
Whoa!
My guns are my muscles.
God, I'm sorry.
Who took his gun away?
The beer.
I'm angry person. He brought the gun back.
I didn't.
He got the fuck gun back.
Another bear.
More bear lore.
right, more bears.
I was thinking of something saucy, but I just toned it down.
Missing their love.
This turns out really crazy. You'll see.
The bear. Oh, damn!
That's what it
Shotgun
I
skin
love
game.
it.
That's what it is.
Oh my god, yes.
I'm
when I
actually
saw
blushing
it.
at every single one of them.
Yeah. Using a Glock. Okay, we might have time for one or maybe two more. Definitely one more.
Yeah, when you switch.
Some of any still gives you a blush.
Yeah.
It's like you're into that.
He liked them big, strong bear arms.
Hmm. I'm doing a wholesome prompt, so if this turns out really crazy,
I
it's
am
not for
not.
me.
Oh, I spit all over my fingers. Yuck.
Oh wait, hold on. I forgot how to spell his name for some reason. It is right. Yeah.
This can go one of two ways, and it's I think it's not gonna be a good way.
Oh, I didn't have enough time to change it. For anybody that gets my prompt, it says
What?
Shrek, not Shriek.
I won't have time to draw
Okay, this makes more
everybody,
sense
but
now.
I'll do this.
Hey, yo, hang on. Look good in this. Hold on.
Oh, it's not what I meant to do.
I get those biceps in there. There we go.
Yeah, he has brown hair. Even I have white hair, so this is Evie, and then this is me. Oop. You can't see my hair. Okay. I'll draw.
I hate when I just leave an accidental little space and it fills in the whole page.
Oh, this song. Oh, this song comes out.
How you
Oh.
draw a crown? Need to draw a crown.
3 spikes, easy.
3 spikes? Okay.
And then there's...
That does not look like a crown. That does not look like a crown.
Kitty. This one's a
It's
kitty.
close enough.
Maybe like... Okay, that looks much better. Dang, this actually looks pretty good. I'm proud. For my standards, it's good.
Yeah. Yes. Only I can do it like stick figures at this. Oh, shit.
Somebody mentioned that my biceps are getting lower and lower, and I told them to keep their eyes up here.
Huh?
Nice eyes, bro. Thank you.
Oh.
Whoa,
I
what is
wonder who
this
did this.
one?
As a bear. Ooh.
This one has a bear too.
Mm-hmm.
I love that the bears are just taking over. This is the first time I've actually drawn a bear this whole time.
Oh, this is actually my first time drawing a bear too. Maybe like this. Oh gosh, you're gonna judge me from drawing this bear. Boo Bear, I'm
Will.
sorry.
I'm judging myself right now drawing a bear.
Do like
this bear totally swole. God, I don't even know what I'm doing.
Oh god, I did that terribly. Just try to make it look like what is. Okay.
this? No. The time. There we go. Okay.
Run, run. Oh.
Oh, this is really bad, but it's
There you go.
okay.
Who did this?
There you go.
Oh my gosh, they're starting a Bear X Ultimo in chat.
It's true though.
On a good day, I can only do stick figures.
Okay, try to do this.
Oh my.
Huh? Like this. Like this. That. And then blip, 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 blip. That. Uh-huh.
I don't know what this actually looks like, so we're just gonna have to go with this.
A lot of circles.
Draw some candles.
I
Make
don't
it
know
a
how to make a
shrine.
smug face, so that's the best I can do. that. Yeah. Those one of those little lumpies on the seat.
I keep accidentally making a hashtag instead of abs.
There you go. Good enough.
Does that mean more abs? I'm okay with that.
You said, wait a second. Almost
Sure,
forgot
my
to give you
balance up
pants. I'm
all the way.
sorry.
Yeah.
That's okay.
No, it's okay. He doesn't need those.
It's correct.
Hey, yo.
What is this? What is this?
I've gotten 3 bears. I love it.
God, there's so many bears today.
Yeah, for real.
I love it.
Bear with it.
Bear with it.
It is National Bear Awareness Week. It's a sign.
Oh, it's still this week?
Yeah.
I'm sorry about the cliff thing.
Sorry about the flip that you should be sorry.
What?
Oh, okay. Okay, Oh, I'm gonna be terrible at drawing him. Oh, no, shit. Let's do it. Let's get green.
I'm cooking. Let me cook.
Let him cook.
No.
Okay, I'm no longer cooking. I don't know what I'm doing.
Why did we let him cook?
And then I'll do. And then.
Oh god.
Okay. That's the best I can get it.
So funny because when I have to draw like multiple people, I revert back to stick figure.
Yeah, I do that too.
I'm like, yeah, no, we're not doing all that.
Oh shit. Long arms.
That's good enough.
Ah! That looks like a butt. Uh-oh. Booty butt. Uh-oh.
What is that? Why is it green? What is that?
Simba. Oh, finally, it's done.
Alrighty, let's just jump right into it. This is the
Oh,
one
God,
that I
this
was like,
long.
alright, it's
Oh, no, no.
wholesome. Oh, that's cute.
Oh.
Oh god.
Is Ulti
Yes.
choking me?
Oh god, I hate this.
Maybe.
Oh.
I know you're into that, huh? What?
What?
Like, yo!
It's not like I like you or anything. It's like
I didn't know how to make it sassy.
that is sassy.
Nice one,
Baka.
Confusing his feeling, confessing his
Wait, which
feeling.
one did Oh, okay, sassy. Okay, perfect. All right, let's see what you did, Mina.
Oh,
Snow
Ah,
White.
powerful.
Snow White.
I was proud of this.
I don't think I got this one.
Nice.
That's what it was.
King Ulti.
Oh.
See my dress?
Did you not see my dress? I don't like
Oh,
that.
okay, I see what it comes up. Oh, yeah.
The dangle.
What is that?
Oh my
That's
god.
you, King.
King.
Oh
Oh,
no.
the cape would have been better. Yeah, the cape is a good idea.
In the end, he loves his feet. So chick.
It goes
So
from him
never-
looking down to them to him loving them.
Never got a
This
chance
is
to see
beautiful.
Ulti
This is
Snow White.
beautiful. Did I make you proud, Mina? I know I'm not that
Very
good of an artist
proud.
as you. Thank you. I'm getting better for you, Mina. Showing Ulti love.
Oh, that.
Hey, yo.
Oh,
Hey, yo.
two ways.
Hold on.
that's good. That's really
Wait a
good.
second.
Oh,
Mina.
that
Either
turned.
really wholesome or really bad.
Uh-oh, he's cheating on the bear.
Oh no.
It was my loss.
gosh.
Oh my god.
Oh, I thought that was a bear. I thought that was a bear.
God, it comes back.
My love bear.
You got a low triangle
Oh
for
my
Shrek and a
God.
bear.
wait. It's gonna go back to Shrek.
You cheated
Oh,
on
that was
Shrek.
so good.
You got a low triangle for Shrek and the bear.
What do you mean cheated on? You turned
Hey,
into a bear in
girl.
the end.
Hey, baby girl, you me. What's that
You
say
me,
then?
Jim?
G?
Does it say
Jim.
Oh,
Jim?
you me
Jim.
Oh.
You and me, Jim.
It's
Aw.
a bear
I totally did not get this prompt.
It's supposed to be a gym. Like,
again.
come on.
Oh, I knew this one was for him.
That was
Ayo.
cute.
Whoa!
Oh,
Enough.
damn!
Whoa! Whoa, baby!
Hey, yo.
Wait,
Okay,
is it
no.
still Bear Awareness Week?
Yes, it still is. At least until Saturday.
Oh my gosh.
It's almost Saturday for me.
Big bear arms.
Oh my
He's
God.
flexing.
Look at the mountains.
Whoa!
That is terrifying.
That looks like a peanut.
Peanut. A peanut bear.
So creepy.
It turned into a polar bear? What is it, Michael Jackson?
Oh my gosh.
Okay, whoever stole the Shrek idea from me, fuck you.
Yuma.
Fuck you.
I saw a theme going on. Hey, yo.
Someone stole
there-
my Shrek theme. Fuck you.
Yeet frog.
I know where this is
To
going.
be fair, you
Yeet.
misspelled it.
Oh my God.
Eat the
I just felt it once.
That throws away frogglety.
You became the
Hey, yo.
Oh.
That's what I got.
Simba style.
Ogre baby OT.
Oh my God.
Simba style.
I love it.
There's a lore
I
here.
love it.
That's how he became king.
Yes.
Oh.
Aw, that's cute.
No, out of everything, you call that one cute.
Oh, the biceps. Thank you, Nix. Thank you.
The biceps.
Ew.
Oh, dang. Blue Bear, that was
Where'd the
good.
biceps go?
Where'd the biceps go?
My bad.
They got exchange for the 6-pack.
Yeah. You can only have one at a time.
Under
Under the
blanket.
No idea
I
what
try to
that
make it
was.
look like a wave.
Yes.
It's hard. This one I don't have the time.
Oh, I got it. I got it.
Oh.
You do?
Oh,
Yes.
Yes.
I got something different. That's what I got.
Oh.
Excuse me.
It's alright.
Oh, I made him sleeping with the bear.
I
Oh,
love that one so much.
Aw.
It's
Oh.
that is cute. Oh, that is also
Aw.
cute.
That's cute too.
That's so cute.
Oh.
I think I'm done after this. Oh, my brain hurts from trying to draw so fast. Too.
Hey, yo.
The amount of bears going on. Is that 2 prompts where it's about bear arms?
And there's one that also
Jules?
not meant to be bear, but it turned to.
Turned into bear.
Mm-hmm.
Yo. Go ahead,
Squiggly
touch
arms,
it.
yes.
Go ahead, OT, touch it. Touch those eyes.
That's nice. Give me more.
No, man.
Damn. So, Ulti, you were having a secret affair with Shrek, broke it off, and got back with the bear? Oh my goodness.
Oh my goodness. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, that's it. That was a lot of fun, y'all. That was a lot of fun.
Oh, that was
It was,
so
it was a lot of speed drawing.
Yes.
Oh my
My
god.
brain
That
could
was
not
so
handle.
fun. The
Got a little better
anime
with the
arcs with
bear
the
drawing.
bears. Yes, yes.
I'm so happy.
I think this means that you need a bear emote in the future.
Yes.
Yes.
A
Oh my
bear emote in
god.
the future.
Yes. Wait, hold
Okay,
on. What if
mascot,
Ulti
maybe.
becomes like? What if Ulti has like a toggle where he can turn into the bear?
Yes.
Give him a
Yes.
bear suit.
Turn into a buzzer.
So I go for the ramen.
Like
The
people have to
ramen.
people have to
Ramen.
gift a certain amount of bits
Yeah.
to transform it into a bear. Let's go.
They want a bear emote. Okay, okay. But
Yeah.
thank you all so much for joining me. I know everybody else is staying, but Mina will be leaving. It is late for her. So thank you so
Bye,
much, Mama
Mina.
Mina, for coming by. And we'll see you later,
on.
actually. She's
Oh,
going to be
not
joining
really.
later for Goose Goose Duck.
Oh, yeah.
I too am going to
Yeah.
be joining later for Goose Goose Duck. The rest is all you guys.
Are you not joining for Party Animals?
I'm not on the list for Party Animals.
Oh, I thought I added. No, I added you back on the list.
No,
Really? Let me
you
see.
put me
I'm also not on
for.
that list for party animals. So I was supposed to head out as well.
Candy.
What is the next game after this?
Oh, this is Party Animals.
And it's full slot?
I think so.
Hmm.
I'd
I'd
you know
give
what?
it to those who
I
want
did get.
to join.
So I
Because
believe.
right now,
Yeah. I
Oh,
believe that Candy can't actually make it. Oh wait, no, that's Sinsin. Hang on, let me check. Let me check. Hold on, y'all.
Wait a second.
Let me check this.
You're good. You're good.
An oopsie. Yeah.
All I know is
But-
I'm sad because the pass ended and I didn't get.
am
to
I
play on this.
supposed to be on the list for Party Animals?
I mean, if we have a free slot, if Mina or Yuma wants to join and we're free, by all means.
Honestly, Mina, you can take it. Don't worry about
Fine.
me.
It's okay. You can take it. You can take it. I suck at that game.
I do too. It's okay.
It's a game you're supposed to be bad at.
Okay, look, listen. I get molested every time I go into that game, okay?
Hey yo.
Hey yo.
Hey yo.
Hey yo.
What are you saying Ayo for, OT? You're the one that does it. Last
True.
time I
like
played
to put
our
my hands on everyone. I'm not gonna lie.
Hey,
Listen,
got
last time I
handsy.
played Party Animals, OT literally humped me to death.
Hey yo.
Getting
Hey, yo,
handsy.
hey, hey.
oh, oh, I'm playing this game.
Oh, I'm playing this game. Benny's like, I'm
Okay,
in.
I
let
was
me,
about to suggest if anyone
quickly-
wants to, but no, I'm taking this game. This is my slot.
Let me
Nobody's
quickly
taking
pull
it.
This
up
is my
the
slot.
schedule.
That is my slide.
I want to get humped to death.
Iwi, Celine, me, Usagi, Venny, Boo Bear, Sinsin, and Candy. I don't think is
Ooh.
making it. So we actually have a free slot if anybody wants. If you, Mina, or Yuma wants to join.
Yuma, you can take it. I'll be watching. It's okay. It's okay.
I've already played Party Animals with OT. I think it's only fair if you play with him.
Well, actually,
But,
here.
but this comes
Okay, I see no
to
show.
both of you. For me, this
Will
comes as
show up if
optional.
I do
But
this?
like, I could prep up
No.
for an hour.
No,
trip
Benny,
back
you're
to-
staying.
Oh.
You're staying.
Back home.
No, Benny.
But it's
You
either
don't do
that or
that.
I do that after Party Animals. Like I still have to go home for like an hour trip.
Yeah, you can hear it, but why is it not showing up? Oh, no, let me
But I could play the.
pause this.
We could.
I
How
know
about we
two
have
music is
both?
going
I mean,
on.
somebody would have to sit out, but that's okay. I think that's fine.
I think
right?
me and Mina could take turns. Like Mina goes 3 rounds, I go 3 rounds.
Yeah, are you okay with that?
Yeah.
Why is it not
And then Yuma can
Okay.
go first because my game is not
Let's see, I don't
updated.
know if you were supposed to put me on the list, but I can hop out if your assumption is that I'm gonna be playing as well.
Oh, that's right.
And hello?
So Nyx will actually be leaving us. Okay.
Yeah, I had to go feed 11 cats.
Yeah.
Oh,
Thanks for
meow, meow.
joining, Nyx. And I'll
Oh,
see you
okay, so we
later.
have 2 open spots.
Yeah, we have 2. Yeah, so we're all good. If
Like
you
the
want-
big
Okay.
PT.
Yeah.
PT.
Okay, Ulti.
I'll be back later.
Next
tonight
time,
to hang out with you guys,
Save, you're gonna add me. Don't suddenly change it like
I'm
an
sorry.
hour before
I'm sorry.
we start.
Look, it was a struggle trying to like set up the schedule.
Oh my goodness.
put up the game.
Goober.
I'm sorry.
Then they
I'm
were
a-
six.
Birthday,
I'm
I
a
will
viewer,
see you
I
guys
know.
in
You
Fact.
are
Why
Goober.
was it-
Love you either way, Ulti.
Bye, Nix.
Everybody, if you'd like to check out.
Bye, Nix.
It's nice meeting you.
She also streams. Feel free to check her out as well. Take care. Alrighty.
Maybe that's what I said. Oh my god.
Okay,
Let me message Sin real quick.
Yes.
before we
There we
start, I
go.
have to pee really
Yeah, we can
bad.
take a little break.
Go,
Okay.
tissue. There we go. I want
Let me do
this
the game.
peppers.
Where is the game actually? There it
Right.
is.
Oh yes, I'm getting this peppers. Yes, let's go.
Why do I always love one emote typo?
There you go. I got my peppers.
Schedules do that. They be hard to organize. Yes, they are.
Do we have each other
I'm
on
actually
Steam
updating the game
account?
as well.
Ulti?
Huh?
Do we have each other's Steam account? I don't remember.
Oh, yes. Please send me your Steam code. And I'll
Yeah,
add
yeah,
you.
yeah,
Thank you,
yeah.
Celine.
It's time I'm gonna copy it right. There's a right code. The right code. Not the back code. Okay. Let's see if I could do this right. Oh wait. Right here. Yes.
All right, Celine. I added you.
There you go. It goes.
I haven't added you either, Iwi. Oh my gosh.
No, I don't
What kind
think
of
so.
blasphemy is this? Alright, I got you, Iwi.
Actually, animals.
It's
Do a
about to
double
get
check.
wild in here.
Double check.
Oh, give me 2 minutes. I'm updating.
Yeah. I just updated too. What is that bear skin? It looks like a pimp.
Yo.
Let me,
You're
swap
talking
on
about
over.
the one in the purple?
Yeah, the one in the purple.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I see it now.
This Bear Awareness Week.
Mm-hmm.
I got the snow. I want that.
You have my support.
Are you sure about that, Vinny? It didn't seem like it earlier.
Why is my Xbox not working? Every time I try to pay party on my Xbox is not working. My Xbox controller's not
I'll go ahead
working.
and start creating a custom game.
Okay.
Are y'all playing in North America server?
Does it matter if the server changes? I'm not sure.
Because there's servers I need to choose.
Nix is threatening me. I
Oh, yeah, you do.
wear a
Oh, maybe
bear out.
that's
You do
why.
need to pick the server.
Let's see.
Okay.
Where would it be?
How do I
Ulti?
tell what server am I in? I believe I'm in North America.
You would need to be on.
Before you enter, I think.
Come on, wake up, Xbox controller, wake up. Or maybe I should put my PlayStation. Ah! Ah! What are you doing, Xbox? Okay, come on, wake up. It's not working. Okay, let me get my PlayStation controller out and my Switch controller out.
Okay.
Ugh.
I showed the password on stream, but I don't think anybody's gonna join. This is the password, though I'm pretty sure if I just invite you, I just go ahead and, you know, that'll be fine.
Friends.
Where, how do I, there we go.
It's not updating. Yeah. You put it on the
Yes, you have to wear
voice
the
chat,
bear out.
right?
Huh?
You put the oh yeah, I see the password right there. Yeah. Why?
Oh, there
is
we
it-
go. So I got Mina.
Dude, stop it. That's just weird. You don't.
Wait, are you in
already
the lobby?
here.
Oh, you are in the lobby.
Interacting
Okay.
with
I
else.
got him.
Okay.
Mina.
Hey, what?
Benny. Yuma.
Okay, how do I do this?
Alright, I'm
Custom game.
I'm in.
Okay.
Hello. Alright, I'm booting it up now.
All right.
Oh. I'm going to be like this. No, I don't want to do that. Woo! How do I join again? I'm sorry.
Oh, go ahead and send me your Steam code, and then I'll invite you.
Steam code.
Oh, I put that on the chat. The chat.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Oh, that's where it is. I thought you individually sent it to me.
So, North America.
Correct.
Okay, already.
Oh, what was that?
Huh?
I heard a Zelda.
Oh, sorry, that was my phone.
That was your phone?
Yeah. I don't
Oh
turn
my
my
God.
Sorry.
No, that's not what I'm saying. Oh my god, about. I completely forgot I bought shit in this game.
Yeah, pink sharks, remember?
No, that's not okay. The golden cabbage dog, remember? And then also like the moon bunny as well.
Oh, okay. So I guess if I did
Pain.
Okay, so it's okay. I'm rebooting it for some reason. After I changed the region, it just made me reboot. Weird. But okay. You do use Steam. Oh no, my walkthrough.
We played before, right, Ulti?
We did it for, I think, your special time.
For me? Oh.
Yeah, for you.
Yeah.
We were celebrating for you. I think it was for your birthday or
there we go.
your 20. No, it was your 24-hour.
All right.
Give me in here. Oh my god, yes! Me and Pindle, no one else can fight us.
Yes.
It's over.
We are powerful.
Mina, you don't have to be in spectator yet. I think we have nobody else in spectator yet.
Okay. No one has to be in spectators. Remember?
Yeah, I know.
I'm sorry, but I really like yellow. I'm so sorry.
Damn, the betrayal. The betrayal.
I
It was like, no one can beat us, but then
Everyone
again, I
wanted
like
the
yellow.
bear last round.
I love yellow. You could ask Ulti. My favorite fucking color is yellow.
My favorite's blue.
Mine's too.
Oh, okay.
My favorite.
I was about to say I can
mine's
change
too.
parties if you guys want to
Ulti
play
is perfectly
together.
a both.
Perfectly okay.
Okay, I accept.
Can you send me, right?
Oh yeah.
Can't believe it. Everybody wanted the bear during the drawing. The bear.
I'm sorry. I love yellow.
Wait, you added me, right?
Yes.
Yeah,
yes,
I do.
I don't think that should matter because I don't have Mina added on party animals specifically. Does anybody have Iwi added as a friend on Steam?
Yes, I do. I have. Yes.
Can you try inviting him?
Okay, cookies. Oh, I need to get in there.
See, we got.
Oh, okay. I'm having brain farts right now. Okay, friends, hold on. Okay.
We're missing. We have Celine, Mina, Yuma, Venny,
Wait, how do I go in?
Bear. Oh, Usagi.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to get in here. I'm having brain farts right now. No, launch game. No, I thought there was a way to you could. I'm having brain farts right now.
Oh, let's go. You still have nerdy added.
Custom match.
I'm already at it.
Let's
Yeah.
see. Yeah, I'm having
Watch me
brave
getting a
farts.
first time win achievement.
I'm
You
having brave
wish.
farts right now.
Gonna have my first win under my belt.
I'm having brave farts
I'm
right
gonna
now.
spectate and plan. Or hello?
Hello?
What?
Why is there a second Pindle
No.
there?
Wait, hold on.
Shadow
I'm trying
clone.
to
What are you
spectate.
doing?
I'm trying to
no.
spectate.
I need help. I'm sorry.
Well, it's just me and me. It's me, myself, and I.
Ulti, do I open an egg? Yes or no?
Yeah, go for it.
How do
Okay.
I put the password in? Do I do quick match? Because I'm afraid of doing.
No, you should be able to,
Was it a custom game?
yeah, it's a custom game.
Custom game.
But I
Okay.
should be able to add you to the game, since I have you added now, right? Yeah. But I don't see you on my list.
Oh no, hold on. Yeah.
One more time.
And then, like,
Oh, another common.
Okay. Wait.
Evie, what's your Steam name?
It's just Evie.
Just Evie. Oh, I don't think It's probably because you're viewing yourself offline then, Iwi.
But I'm online.
Oh, are you? Huh.
Yeah.
Here,
I'm
I'll just give you
invisible.
my profile
I do have you as a
on
friend.
Party Animals.
Oh, okay, that works too.
Yeah. Here it is.
So I have the screen on, so like I can tell when you guys are getting into a game. I'm gonna clean my room quick.
Okay, yeah, take your time. We're still preparing. What game is
You
this?
can drag
This
me
is
around.
Party Animals. It's very fun.
I don't
Okay.
want to put.
Here
quick
is my
match.
ID, so you can add me in game with that. I put in the chat.
Okay.
in
Okay.
VC.
Yeah, okay.
When you do that, I should be able to then add you in game and
Uh-huh.
then invite you.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm still.
I
in-
found you.
Are they online on Steam? If they show
Yes.
as offline, it doesn't show. Yeah. Oh, Evie wants to be friends. Hey, yo. There we go.
Rejected.
I like how you chose the dog. Usagi.
Rejected.
Yay!
Alright.
I said join
So
game.
we got Iwi, and where is our...
Oh, there's the.
Alrighty.
Father-daughter duo.
Oops.
I still can't believe that slander from Yuma. Oh yeah, we're gonna be the ultimate best, but I choose yellow. The top 10 anime betrayal.
But also.
I'm sorry.
Let's go.
Don't worry, it's me and Celine. That's all we need.
Damn! Oh, bear.
I see how it is.
It's okay. That's okay. We got this, right,
No,
Celine?
I'm spectating too.
What do you mean you're spectating through?
I'm gonna spectate as well.
Me too. I'm joking.
Yeah. No, we're not.
Sobbing.
It's like, wait,
Okay.
what?
This is what I'm turning on reselect character of the game and random teams, so every time it'll give us a new teammate, so that should be fun. I am not turning off friendly fire, so if you punch your friend, you know, that's on you.
None of my controls are working.
Sorry.
That's
I'm already gonna
exactly
be-
how
Oh.
it should work.
Damn.
I'm
so
teams got
sorry.
mixed.
I know I'm gonna die
Yeah,
a
so
lot.
teams got mixed, yeah.
None of my controllers are working.
I'm sorry, my teammate is gonna suck.
I love
What?
how I stayed on blue.
What? What?
Ooh.
Ulti! 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 Ulti!
Ready, chaos. Ready.
Give it
I
back!
took your spots.
Ulti, please!
Okay, is Venny back? I know he said he's watching.
Vanny.
Okay, maybe he's not back.
Venny.
Maybe if I start it, he'll come back.
Give
He
me
said
my
he's watching, right?
fucking spot, Ulti, I swear to God!
You had a gun for me at the beginning of the game. Alright, y'all ready?
No!
We do have 4 slots. If anybody else would like to join, that's totally fine. Hey, pizza. Yeah, today's my birthday. Yeah, we're celebrating.
Yes, celebrate the birthday boy. Celebrate the birthday boy. Birthday boy, birthday boy.
And you paired me with the AFK one. I can't believe you.
I paired you with the AFK
I'm
one.
here. I'm here.
He's here.
Oh,
Yeah, he's here.
Okay. Do we both be bunnies?
I'm AFK. Nice to meet you.
I want to
Do we both be
Yes.
bunnies?
Wow, what do you
Do we both be bunnies?
What should we be?
Bunny?
Oh, he's so fuzzy! I love this
I
dog.
have gold outfit.
Oh, he's so
You
fuzzy!
can be gold too.
I am
Let's
jealous
go.
at whoever has the Ori outfit.
Oh yeah.
To be the bear, first of all, because of my love story with the bear. Happy birthday, old man. Thank you.
Let's go,
I'm a
Yuma.
polar bear.
Let's make this week a
go.
bunny awareness week.
Yeah.
Yes!
No.
Alright, here we go.
No, you go away.
Throwing balls.
Already! Come here!
Get him.
Come here, Celine.
Whoa! Whoa!
Yeah.
Oh no, you
Come
can't.
here. Come here. Come on. Let's throw
Come
one.
here, bear.
Oh, I want the mallet. Oh, give me the mallet. 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 I want the mallet. I want the mallet. Give me the mallet. I want the mallet.
What is this bear on bear crime?
Right.
Come here.
Celine,
Come
don't
here.
shoot.
Come here.
The
Come here,
irony
Evie.
is
Come
that
here.
I
No.
can't aim. No, Evie. Let's talk about this. Evie.
Hey.
There's nothing to talk about.
I got you.
Ow.
Yeah. How dare you? Come here, old team.
There was a fish.
No, bunny awareness.
Bunny awareness.
Oh. That's the No.
Whoa, she got hammer. She got hammer.
Hell no.
Take that.
Whoa!
No.
Can't we do this?
No.
Benny, we can
No.
talk about this.
Speak. Speak,
Benny,
we're
don't
big
do
boys.
it.
Speak. No. The bomb.
What am I gonna do for my birthday? I'm gonna be celebrating with friends.
Push him off.
Oh no!
Get him off, Benny. Get him.
Come here! Ah, I'm gonna put you away. Come here, I'm gonna punch you.
Wait.
No,
Let's go.
I'll let this slide. It's your birthday.
awareness.
Hey, I didn't
You're
say
very aware of that bear.
Oh, what?
Oh.
No, it was supposed to be funny awareness.
It was the smoke.
Very aware of bears.
Give me this.
Iwi, I'm sorry, I'm not glad.
That's okay.
Whoa.
Are you aware of this?
Here.
Damn!
Oh,
Bear.
Oh.
Come here. Get thrown.
Oh, my.
Come here, ulti. I'm getting vengeance. I'm getting vengeance.
Avenge me, you
No.
Say we take the
Stop it.
I grabbed you by the now.
Here.
No.
No, Evie. Hey, Evie.
Oh my god.
No.
Oh wait, no. Oh, wait. We're on the same team. Well, no.
Finally.
Mercy.
You had to grab the bunny. No. You're a bear crime again. That's crazy.
Yeah.
I'm stuck on my team.
You got a gun! Benny, don't do it!
Betty!
Benny, let's leave.
Oh shit!
I need to do the thing.
No.
Wait, I'm out of ammo. What?
Oh shit! Bob! No.
Come here! Oh god.
Come here.
Oh no.
It's Bunny against Bear again.
Get up! Get up! Get up! Get up! Get up! Get up! Get up!
One gets knocked out, the other gets back up.
Oh no.
Oh shit! No! 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 No!
Wait, there's no way. He's
I'm still in this. I got
Who did that bomb? Jimmy! Did you throw the sticky
okay, I
bomb?
know plot armor. No.
Oh jeez!
Plot, please. I'm back for round
Oh my gosh. You can't get rid of him.
Come here. Oh!
Oh!
Pull him down, pull him down. He stayed long
What?
enough.
Wait! How?
Ow!
With the
What
carrying the
sorcery is that? No! Here!
Whoa!
Oh, no! Oh shit! Oh, what?
Sorry, you might die by the bear.
Here!
You must.
No! The bear's getting on the dog! Oh,
Wait,
taser!
where are you?
I'm
No, Kiwi.
I got a taser!
We need to keep it all bears.
Yeah.
I got you, girl.
Wow! Wow! You're getting crazy!
I got a gun.
No! Bear! No! No!
Let's go. Now.
Let's
go, guys.
No!
Well, that is shocking.
Oh shit! No!
Wow! Wow! They're getting
gun.
crazy!
Here!
I got you, my bear friend. I got you. Uh-oh. Maybe I better cook
Going
myself.
out with it.
No! Oh shit!
Big birthday with a fish.
That is my gift to you.
Somebody knocked me out with a fish.
That was me.
I need to get him.
I knew it.
No,
I knew
get
it.
it.
All of you
Get
knew
it.
it.
No!
Usagi, hold on by a thread.
Slip. No! Back fishing! Back!
Alright, pizza. Thank you guys. Great to see you. Oh my
Gee,
god.
oh wow! Someone
Thank you so much for the fight.
Come here.
No, he's not.
Wakey, wakey!
Oh, hey, man.
Oh.
Okay, that works.
Wait.
Oh gosh. Hi, Ray.
No,
I have a cute skin. May I have a shout out for Ray, please?
oh, damn! I'm frozen! Oh, cold. I'm cold.
Betty, where are you?
Sorry, I think I just hit my
Listen.
own team.
Damn,
Oh,
Evie!
whoa.
When I
That's
say
a
I don't
powerful-
have my first win,
Come here. I got a bat. I'm not afraid to use it. Oh,
Yeah.
damn.
No,
Yeah,
fish.
Mama Mina's here playing.
No.
Mina, raise
Ah.
the chat.
Whoa!
Come on, Alfie. Come on, Alfie.
Come here.
No.
Oh, thank you.
I'm in again.
stay alive, you must stay alive.
Sorry.
Don't go there.
No, don't resist. Don't resist. Oh,
Back to this. Damn. Okay.
Come on.
Come on, to the other side. That's the smoke. That's the smoke zone. Not nice.
No.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Get off
No,
me.
I didn't make it. I'm
Come here,
sorry.
bunny.
No! Please!
Oh, I don't think she's there.
No!
No, hello, hello.
No.
Oh, wait, can we go? Hi.
Oh,
Yeah,
no.
race here.
Who's there?
Oh, someone
right.
knocked me off the fish!
Yeah, right here.
What?
No! I'm
Yes,
trying,
go!
Betty! I really am! But every time I turn around, you're dead!
Look, I
My
tried it
ow!
the first minute.
No, I want the hammer. Give me the hammer. Give me the hammer. No. Ow. I want the hammer. Give me the hammer. Give me the hammer.
Sorry, okay, sorry.
Oh, I'm dead already. I took Vita out with me.
I got a freeze gun. Because I'm a polar bear, get it?
Get off me!
Betty! No!
Whoa.
Betty, stay alive, buddy! No! Betty, please, you have one job!
You forgot I'm dumb.
Stay away from Iwi. He's my buddy. Oh god.
Kieran! No! Don't resist! Don't resist! Don't resist! Oh, please! No! Come here, Evie!
No.
Come here,
I'm
Evie!
the polar bear. Come here.
No.
That's my freeze gun.
No.
Oh shit!
Bears need to share.
Come here!
No. Come here. I'm not a share bear.
I'm not a share bear.
Got my freeze gun.
Right.
Freeze. Literally freeze.
Literally freeze. Get him.
Oh boy!
Whoa.
Oh no.
I'm going all out.
Going all out.
Benny, calm down.
Oh shit!
Do it. He's like the final boss.
Damn!
Yes!
Wait, how do I die? Oh, jeepers! Uppercut! He
Alive.
uppercut!
Coming up!
Oh, Bill.
Yeah! Buddy awareness week!
No, I won't have it.
Were you aware? Never mind. Ulti, I'm sorry.
Here.
Oh my god, that's long.
Everybody be aware of this bear.
Yuma, I died from the first minute. I'm sorry. It's the third time.
No.
I don't know why I keep trying to hit my own team.
No.
Frying pan.
Oh boy!
I'm sorry, Yuma, that was mine.
No!
Yuma, no! For my own bomb.
Look at all the geese.
Why did you throw the ball next to me?
Oh no.
Walk right into it.
I've been depaid.
I was knocked out. What do you mean? I couldn't walk.
Oh, never mind, milady.
Whoa.
Here.
Take that.
No! Oh boy!
Get off of her, Nina. Get off of her.
We're both going down now.
Oh my god.
Let go of that. Let it go.
Aim for the bears. Aim for the bears.
Aim for the bears.
Whoa.
Crazy.
You're back with a vengeance, I see.
Right.
Oh no.
Take him out.
No,
We
don't
can't
say-
let
oh my
you
gosh,
win.
you yeeted me. You just yeeted me.
Go, Mina, get the bears. Even
I
bundle.
didn't make it.
Especially what? Taking a power nap. I just need my strength. Uh-oh, not the bomb.
Oh, I'm dead.
Let's go! Let's go!
Mina's like, I'm not good at the game. She's close to winning. What the heck, Mina?
Well, I killed myself the previous.
Oh god.
Come here.
Oh no, Benny! Oh no!
No! Big
on
Super Saiyan!
Super Bunny!
Super Buddy! Super
I
Saudi!
immediately died because of that punch.
Benny, don't do
Super
it!
Bunny.
No,
I can die
Benny,
quickly
don't-
now.
Don't do it! No!
Too strong.
Huey, I'm
No!
scared.
No!
happening
no,
over here?
no.
I'm sorry.
No, you're okay.
I'm sorry.
Oh, Jesus. Okay. Wait.
I let go.
Oh my god.
One got
Look where I landed. Look where I landed.
I got a plunger on my blade.
Whoa.
Let go.
Get him, Benny. Get him, Benny.
The betrayal.
Come here, Mina. Come here.
Knock myself out. No.
Yuma, where are
I'm
you?
the mama. Oh, damn.
died.
Mama said no.
Oh, you died.
I need my Xbox controller. I can't do this on
I
a
got flung off the map by something.
What?
I want your word.
You shot us.
I want your word.
You electrocuted us. That was shocking.
I want your word. Xbox, why you be giving me my
Mina, don't do it. Don't do it.
Oh, electrifying
It's not working. I need to fix that. Probably in controls.
Goodbye, ulti.
Get him! Get his ass!
Come
Get
here,
his
Mina.
ass!
I'm scared. Oh.
No!
I
Get back
am
up!
high ground. I'm gonna headbutt you.
Ray's gonna hate you for doing this to me.
I got a tennis.
Whoa!
Fish to the butt.
Fish to the butt.
No!
It's okay, Benny. We got one win, and that's what matters.
We did it, Iwi.
I think
You did everything.
somebody has to be aware of this at least.
Whoa! Whoa!
Funny awareness
That
week.
one week.
Funny awareness week.
No.
Funny awareness week.
I'm there, Yuma, I'm there.
Ulti, what were you doing to me?
Bro, it looks like me and Celine are making out right now.
Hey, yo.
Celine went in for a really intimate kiss.
Yes.
That was
Getting into there.
Bunny awareness week.
No!
I stand with the bunny.
Oh, I'm a Pooh Bear? Hey, yo, Pooh Bear?
Oh, Pooh Bear.
I'm on your team now.
Oh.
Well, yeah. You have to be a bear then.
I was just a bear, though.
You gotta stay a bear. It's only
Can I
right.
be an off-brand bear?
Off-brand bear.
Off-brand bear. Off-brand bear.
I don't know who to be, actually. I'll be the dragon.
Rawr.
The
Yes,
dragon's
bear.
cool.
That's a bear in my eyes.
It's a bear in my eyes.
A bear with tail.
Ugh.
Yummy.
Yeah,
I'm
get in
the
there, Evie.
dragon.
Get in there, Evie. Get in there.
I'm
Ow.
the dragon.
No. Come here, Evie.
I'm a
No.
dragon.
If I go in here,
I'm
you go
not
in here
letting
with
anybody
me.
out.
Come here.
I'm dead.
Oh.
That's right.
Fried chicken. No.
Come here, Celine. You can't run. I mean, you can run. Damn. Oh my gosh, you did some somersaults.
Yeah.
I see you, Benny.
Listen. I just got up.
Yeah. No, I see you, Vanny. I see you, Vanny. No.
Go away.
I came back with a vengeance.
Whoa!
Come here, Mina. I got a hammer for you. It's hammer time.
Really? Really?
What knocked
Hold
me
on.
out?
Oh no! I'm too far.
Whoa! Were you aiming that thing? Wow!
Can a bunny get up? Can a bunny get up?
Bro, I've been struggling to get up here the whole fucking game.
Oh my gosh. Oh! Oh!
I don't want nothing to do.
Hi, Benny.
I'm hanging in there.
Mina. Come here.
I don't know how to throw people.
I'm stuck. Oh no, I'm not stuck. Okay, well.
Stop.
Can I?
Please climb this.
No, Benny!
I,
Okay, I'm
What
gonna
happened?
hang
Why?
Are you spinning to win right now?
Yes.
Yeah. We're winning.
My job today is just falling
Victory
in the water.
Spin me right round, spin me right round.
Live it! Live!
I think I fell like 6 times.
I got you.
No.
Oh god. You're not the only one with a gun. There.
What are you doing?
Oh my gosh, where are they?
I just
No.
want to hug the pole.
Hug Dad.
No, Betty, I don't want
I
violence.
got her. Let's go.
No violence? What do you mean?
You made me get violent.
Mother, I crave violence.
Alright, you're gonna do the cliff scene? That is?
I'm not trying, dude.
I'm stuck. I got too many arrows in me.
Ayo.
Too many toilet plungers.
You let go of my nose, Betty. You just jumped into
Hi,
the water.
Simpson.
No, listen.
Quit
listen,
that shit, man.
Go away. We'll get you in next game. Okay.
Go away.
Boo Bear. Oh, there you are, Boo Bear. Thought I lost you.
No. Forever climbing.
Oh my gosh, who is spinning right now?
Stay alive, Yuma.
No.
Whoa, whoa.
Hang on tight.
I didn't ask for this violence.
Climb.
Iwi, please. No.
No.
I'm gonna drown.
Yes, climb.
You're good,
Climb.
you're
Yes,
good.
stay. Hang on
You're
tight.
good, Yuma. Say that to yourself.
Still
You
in it.
heard.
I'm still in it.
Ah!
Come here, Iwi.
Don't do it.
Oh!
Pecked at me with his beak.
You peck. You peck your butt. You peck.
Get off me.
I wanted to take you with me.
Ah!
Things are getting
Damn, you're just spinning?
Oh no.
Yes.
Horse is a duck. It floats.
It floats.
Hurry, free the fish.
Free the fishy.
We won.
Oh. You were so long in the water and I still lost.
No. Ready? No. I'm right now, buddy.
Boo Bear, I see what you're doing.
Yeah. Mostly works.
Come here, Mina.
I got you, Ben.
Sorry.
No, Ben.
I'll knock him off on this side. You
Get
knock
off
him
him.
off on the other side.
Alright, sounds good.
I got him while invisible.
Good job. Whoa, get your son up.
Whoa!
Alright, we gotta get back up there.
We gotta climb.
Benny, get up, boy.
Let me chill.
Let me chill.
Get over here. Don't let me catch you. Don't let me catch you.
Air pie.
What's happening?
I know I put party animals from 12, but I'm having a lot of fun, so I may
Fuck.
extend it by an hour. if
Fuck.
anybody
Benny, stay alive.
Come here.
Benny, come here.
Benny, stay alive.
That's right, I got dragon
stuck.
claws.
I'm technically alive.
I got you, Boo Bear, don't you worry. Oh, no, got
Oh,
you.
no.
Never mind.
No.
Get the banana. Get the banana.
Whoa, no.
I'm out of stamina, Boo Bear. This is it for me.
Guys,
Excuse me.
Start climbing, Betty!
Oh, this like eats my stamina.
I'm climbing. I'm climbing. No! You're going down with me, Puddle.
Hey,
You're
yo.
going down with me.
No!
It's not me. It's not you either.
Oh, nice job, baby.
And you say you love bears.
Oh.
No,
okay.
no,
I think it's over.
no, no. Blech. No, 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 no.
The drop kick.
Really?
I tried to drop kick you.
No, I think you. No.
Yeah.
No.
Alright. Somebody about to take this toilet plunger.
Are you ready?
No!
Betty, stay alive! Betty, stay alive!
I immediately died.
Others swim. Oh.
Oh, hey, babe.
Betty! Get away from my body!
Who threw that fish?
I don't know.
He's got a crossbow. Uh-oh, it's not gonna go.
Yes, it is. Run!
Wait, Blueberry, are you alive?
No, I'm dead.
Oh, okay.
I fell off and then got knocked out and just drowned.
Oh,
Yeah, that's right, Yuma. I saw that.
Mercy.
I saw that, Yuma.
you still fell! Climb, Betty, climb!
I have the high ground, Benny. I think. I don't know.
I ground this.
Damn!
You get your head in the game.
I'm stuck. Oh my god. Give him
No.
Knock him out! Knock him out, Betty!
too.
Wait.
Looks like it's just
I'm a bunny. Can I just hop in there?
Catch the fish! Did you just catch the fish as they threw it, Mina?
Climb! Climb!
I didn't kill you and you did that to me. What the heck? But if I don't know how to throw people.
Are you playing on controller? Mina?
No, I'm on.
The otter was like,
I don't know the controls for keyboard.
Mina, my friend said that you were offering something of peace.
Give it. Give it. Give it.
You're mine.
Oh, not again!
No, no.
Release my punchings at once, Ultimo!
Hey, yo, munchies?
He grabbed us!
Oh no!
Light. I'll get out. No,
Wait,
no.
wait. I just got up. Please.
We can talk about it.
The mouse and keyboard is a little bit difficult than the controller. No.
Let me see if I can look up the controls for you.
Why can't I? Oh my goodness. Okay. Calm down.
Oh, you're invisible. Uh-oh. Manny's invisible.
Thanks,
Oh.
So it looks like
Oh, you got me.
It's because you were running.
Hold left.
Oh, you can
what?
tell.
I can see your speed.
Dang. There's a problem for being too fast.
What am I doing?
Hey, but I end up.
Get him, Boo Bear. Get him. Yeah, it's not fun being on the other side, is it?
Everybody should knock me out. That's crazy. Everybody wants to see the bear fall.
You might live. You better live.
Oh.
Live, you.
Get out of here. I need to climb. I need to climb. Okay, good right here.
Hi.
No. Who Who is still alive? Who needs to die already? Who is still alive? Who's fucking living?
I was hanging on to the tail of the ship.
What is happening?
Fundle, I got you from the bottom there. It was a bomb.
Come here, Blue Bear. Tradition. Tradition.
Tradition. Tradition.
Come here.
Whoa! I'm knocked down.
Okay. We're gonna have to
Look at me
put
with
out
a side
and invite
eye.
Simpson. who's
So
here. Welcome
photogenic.
on in.
Oh my goodness.
Welcome.
I'm back.
Alright, we are quitting out. We're gonna invite Simpson. She just joined us.
Nice. I have 15 minutes. If anyone can be in queue or on standby.
How do we put out? Oh, I think we have to load in first and then quit
Hold
out.
on. Can I be Cabbage Dog? Can we be dogs together?
Douglas! Douglas! Douglas!
Let me see.
Just pick whoever and then I'm gonna get Simpson in here.
Is this a dog?
Yeah. That's a
This is
corgi.
adorable.
Look at the Cabbage Dog. Look how cute I am.
That is so
Oh my
cute.
god, look at the Cabby
When
Doggy!
was that
The Cabby Doggo!
available?
When was this available? Back when the it was back New Year's.
Oh.
Yeah, this is a pretty recent game. It's like, I think at most 3 years old or something.
That's just
Alright, we quit out.
Throw balls anyways.
I think leave
Cabbage
Oh,
Dog
shit.
got me. No!
No, 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 no!
Okay.
No! No!
Oh,
Benny!
Okay.
Benny!
let me,
Benny!
invite-
That's Doggo Dog
Chill
crap,
out,
dude! That's not
chill
Doggo
out,
Dog
chill
crap!
out, chill out.
No, I don't got that dog in him.
Get him.
You got that dog in you. Believe in yourself.
Come here. Come here.
I'm just corgi. I'm just corgi.
Come on, Benny. Show them what that corgi can do. No.
He can jump off the cliff.
No.
Whoa! I saw that!
Aw.
Father, listen, listen. Father, no!
Father.
I don't know how to
Father,
accept
violence.
this, ulti.
Yeah, me neither. I didn't know how to accept it. I'm gonna leave this
Leave game.
Okay, I'll resend out.
I can't
the invite.
accept this ulti.
Everybody's still fighting.
We know.
So do I
I'm
leave the
sending
game?
out the other one.
We're all
Okay.
leaving the game, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, I got yellow. Fuck you.
No.
So we are at 9 people, so somebody will be spectating every other game.
We both win.
Just so everybody knows.
I will. I will. I will. I suck at this game.
No, Mina, it's okay. You're doing really good.
Oh, shit. Oh, shit. I
Have to go
canceled
to-
the
I'm
whole
gonna
entire
set it to
game. Hold
random,
on.
so whoever's gonna be spectating will be set to random.
Oh my! I wanted to.
Hold up. I
practice.
canceled the game out. Just-
Did everyone
I
leave?
wanna-
Doesn't
can't
Benny have
cancel
to
the whole
leave
game
after
out.
15 minutes though?
Crack the room. I don't know how
Yeah.
to. Yeah.
Hold up. I
It's midnight
accident.
and I have to go home.
Oh.
But I
You have
could
to go
play
home.
a
What are
few
you playing on?
games. Where I stayed for work.
Oh,
but then,
okay, gotcha,
on
gotcha.
weekends I go to my parents.
Got it. Okay. I thought you were like playing on a phone or something.
Oh.
No.
Damn.
Down for a game or two. I missed the invite.
Pablo crashed again.
Oh, okay,
Damn
I
it.
gotcha. We got
Yeah, I accidentally clicked off.
Mina, Usagi, Benny.
Yeah.
That's such a good profile pic. The one Cinder has.
Me and Cinder have the same profile picture.
I do too.
You do?
Yeah, we all have the same profile picture. I'm just the one with the actual avatar.
Uh-oh. I think I
That's a
need a new
bunny.
password. I need a new password.
Yeah, it's the moon bunny. I have the golden variant.
Moon bunny.
Hello.
I have it.
Hey,
Hi.
thanks for
You're welcome.
joining. Come on in.
Thank you.
Everybody, this is Sin Sin. She's very important to me.
Hi.
Hello. Very
Meow.
important.
Meow.
Hope you're all doing
Hello,
well.
very important.
Hey, is it alright if I spectate? Cause I kinda had to pick up somebody like shortly.
Oh yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, but I
So
will be back.
Sinsen, you can join in on Iwi's team.
Okay.
On me and Ulti. You can't stay with us.
Yeah, we got it, Benny.
Can I get the
I do apologize. in
new
advance.
password?
No, it's okay.
Can I get the new password, please?
Oh yeah. Does not my invite not work for you? Because I'm just inviting everybody.
Yeah, it said join game, and it's telling me to. Oh, there it is. Accept. There you go. No, accept. Oh wait, accept. It won't let me accept. I'm clicking.
What is the password? It was like 6 something. Alright, password is 0760.
Huh? What? Uh-oh. It won't let me join. Oh, because we got full. Oh, was it 0?
You should be a spectator slot.
Was it 06?
0760.
Okay. Good. Got it.
Alrighty.
Come here.
Yeah.
Oh, sweet girl.
Yeah. I'll be spectator.
Okay, chocolate or coconut?
Chocolate.
Chocolate.
Okay.
I don't like coconut.
Chocolate?
Now I want chocolate.
Cabbage doggo.
Yeah, cabbage doggo. Let's go.
What do you want to be?
Oh shit.
Let's see.
Oh, do you have a cat?
Howdy. Smiley. There you go.
I do. With an orange hat.
All right.
Or
I'll be the like boss cat.
Oh my god.
It's me and you, Mina.
Papa, okay.
I'll be right.
You better take care of my mama Mina, Yuma.
Man, fuck you. I'm stealing her.
What? Come here. Where is she? I see you. Come here. Ugh. Sorry,
Got
Benny.
that to the wrong
I made
people.
that personal.
Get off me.
You got some spice to ya. Come here.
Hey, where are you going?
No.
Come down here.
Listen. We can both share. We can share.
Okay.
Come here. You think I'm done with you? I got
Oh.
I can't.
I'm dead. I tried climbing. Benny, I'm sorry.
Okay.
I don't know how to put it down. Thank you.
Mina, what are you doing?
Running.
I'm dead. Mina, you got this. Mina.
I don't.
Oh
Oh.
no.
It's okay, Mina. You got this. Get off my Mina.
Yo, you're Mina?
My Mina. She's mine now. Ultimate. Mine.
Oh, that's a bomb.
Come on, Mina. Come on. You got this, girl.
He's running.
Grab the pan. Get it, girly. Get it.
Oh,
Yeah.
Fry pan. Damn.
Someone kill this cat for me.
Benny, watch out for my
You're
bomb.
fucked.
I can't
I
move.
felt
I'm
satisfied.
electrocuted. Ulti.
I'm gonna throw this banana peel.
Get her, Mina. Get her, Mina.
He's swinging.
Avoid that bomb, Mina.
Damn. Mina's swinging. Oh my gosh, Mina.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Get her, Mina.
I don't know how to throw people.
It's okay. I'm dead.
You killed her, Mina. You killed her. You didn't
Yeah. Come here, Celine.
No mercy.
Oh, they're excited.
No.
Run away.
No.
Release me at once, Betty.
Yes.
No.
Come here, Celine. No, you're not running away, Mina. You're gonna stay down here.
Have fun down there, Betty.
No, let go.
Get back here, cabbage.
What did I say? Come here.
Go away. Go away.
Oh, there's a bomb. I'm scared.
Why is it not working?
I'm dragging you down.
We got you, Mina. Get him. Get him. Get his ass.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
You do not hurt Mina. Do not touch her. Do not touch her. Mina, please. No. Mina. Mina.
Whoa! Wow, did you hit me?
Yes.
I was just doing a passive run.
I'm doing a
I gotta throw
pacifist
these
run.
balls.
Damn.
Yeah.
Bonk.
Not pacifist anymore. Oh, okay. Come here, Betty.
Where's the bomb?
Can I get that?
Oh my
Oh,
God.
the plunge?
Get away from them.
No.
Whoa,
No.
what?
No. No, please.
No mercy. No.
Oh, run away.
Oh, I'm so sorry, Mina.
Uh-oh.
I got you. I'll
Hey.
save you.
Are you
I'll
dead?
save you.
I'm cuddling with the fish.
He really
Get off
is,
him.
though. I'm just gonna lay here and play dead.
Come
Get
here.
off of me. Get off of me. Get off of me. Get off of me.
Oh God, there's two of them. Mina, Mina, where are you?
I'm on top of you. Oh, I've died.
Release me. Release me. I want Betty.
My teammate.
Oh, friendly fire. Help.
Friendly fire.
Help.
Oh, I'm
Get
dead.
No.
I'm sorry. The smoke.
I didn't
I
my
got
face.
cooked, buddy. I got cooked by Celine. She took me with her.
I did not give him the bomb. No.
Betty. That would have been funny if I knocked you out last second.
Betty, please, Betty.
She's already dead.
She's already dead.
Hi, Elsie. Oh, no, no more helping me, please.
How dare you, Benny?
Come here, Simpson.
You've been chilling out there? Oh.
You can run, but you can't hide.
We're supposed to be together. We're not.
It's going crazy right now. Oh my gosh.
Mina, where are you?
I'm on top
Who's
of the
up here?
filter.
I already
That's how
had
you
somebody
die,
there.
honey.
Who's up
No.
here? That's right.
Get out of here. Get out of here. No. This is mine. Mine. Mine.
I'm taking you down with me.
You, my
Hi,
wife.
Jojo. Thank you.
My
Come here.
jaw.
No. I'm out.
Hi, Celine.
Can I shout out for Jojo, please? For any more in chat. Oh!
Get him.
Benny, I'm cooked.
I'm already cooked.
Woo!
There's a bomb.
No. No. Oh God. Go away.
Whoa.
I just got kicked so hard. Whoa! What's with everybody grabbing my ears?
No.
Damn.
Yes.
Oh. How are you? I'm having a lot of fun.
Oh, I'm dead. No. I'm so sorry,
I'm
Mina.
gonna hit you anyways.
I'm so sorry, Mina. I tried. Get me, Elsie.
I got Iwi. Yeet! Oh gosh.
No.
Iwi, help me. No.
Damn!
That
Right.
bomb was cooking.
Sorry, OT, I almost put you off.
I'm dead.
Alright.
I'm so sorry, Mina. I'm dead. I couldn't get up in time.
I got a bomb! I got a
Oh,
bomb!
I knocked myself
I
out.
got a bomb!
Oh, that's a bomb.
Wow,
I got a
nice
bomb.
right there.
Come here, Celine.
I believe in you, Mina.
Mercy.
Wait,
I have
Can I
it.
at least get this frying pan? Get out of here,
Benny!
the frying
Die?
pan.
Get off of me, wait.
Right. I don't know how to let go.
Oh.
Give me a little bit of time. I got the frying pan. It runs in the family. Sorry, Betty.
It's okay. You took the plunge off at least.
I gotta use the techniques from Mama.
What is happening?
Somebody's invisible. Damn!
Oh my god, Sophia.
Who's invisible? It's knocking everybody out. I'm scared. I'm scared. I'm scared. Watch out. He's coming for you.
Where? Where?
Booty.
Where is he?
I don't know.
Man.
Come here, Sin Sin. Where you go, huh? Come here. Mirror. Mirror, Sin Sin. Mirror. Oh. Mirror. I keep on slipping on these banana peels. I got her. Oh, where did the bear come from?
She's alive!
Benny, no! I keep on slipping! Oh, we're cooked.
Oh, I'm dead.
I'm blind!
Benny,
What?
We got so close.
She won for staying up there.
Damn, me and Ulti had the same idea.
Come here. You ain't getting that far. I'm not letting that happen again. Come here. Come here, Boo Bear. Let me hold on to you. Yeah, that's right. Come here. Come here. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
No! No! Go ahead, Larry,
Oh my
game.
gosh, Yuma.
Nope.
Whoa!
I can't get out of here.
Whoa.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Oh,
Scared.
I'm gonna die from bludgeoning damage.
What?
I see you up there. Come here.
You
Oh
see
my
that?
gosh.
Start climbing on you, I'm so sorry.
Hey, Celine, no!
I want you. I
Come here,
want you.
Mina.
Yeah.
No, you don't. No, you don't. No, you don't.
My hammer, my hammer.
Hey, yo, Mina, what are you doing to Celine? I saw that. What was that?
I'm fuzzy bomb.
I'm practicing
Hold
my
on.
Get off her.
That was hella
Oh,
fun.
get off her. Ah.
Hey, yo, Benny, you good?
I'm good.
Okay.
You
Oh, no.
put me in the middle of all of this.
Well, it's
That's
no
fine.
luck
It's
this
fine.
time.
It's fine.
Oh! Okay,
Oh,
that's it.
I'm dead, Mina. I'm sorry.
Right. No, you don't do it.
We got it, Benny.
Grab that shovel. Grab that shovel.
I cannot. I cannot.
Oh no, she got a shovel. Oh,
Come on, you.
damn. Uh-oh.
A bomb.
I'm scared.
Fun.
No.
We did it.
Ow. That's one way to celebrate.
I knocked myself out.
Whoa.
Stay away from her.
Oh. My bad.
Oh, sorry.
I'm trying to figure out how to use this boomerang. Oh,
Someone's invisible.
someone's invisible. Oh, you're right. Somebody is.
Down with me.
Girls myself.
Who's
We'll
invisible?
go down together.
Oh, it's Vixen. What the heck? Nah, this is mine. Yeah, this is mine. Come here. I'm
Man, I don't care about your little special potion.
Don't mind me. Alright, since you want my attention. Damn! Kick me back while.
Get away from me! Get away from me!
You got out the bat. Benny, you good? What are you doing over
I
here?
can't push her off.
He's
Hang
doing
on, it's
nothing.
too quiet from two people. It's too quiet. Are they up here? No, they're not up here. Okay. Damn.
That's
Oh
a
my
bat.
God,
That's a
Vincent,
bat.
chill. Got a bat over there.
Release me!
Oh, damn.
I just woke up. What happened?
You kicked her.
Taking a dirt nap. It's fine.
Ulti, get away from me!
No, come here.
Oh my god, Ulti, stop! I'm down! I'm down! I'm down! Jesus Christ!
I got yeeted.
Oh, yeah. Oh no.
You and me, Benny, we got it. Oh. Oh. Nom, nom.
We can't let them get another win!
You're testing my luck, ulti.
It had to happen, I'm sorry. Oh!
Ooh, what the? I punched 2 people at once. I'm sorry.
It's getting foggy. I don't like this.
Dang, it's getting real foggy. There's so many
It's
of you
getting
left.
stinky
What's
in here.
happening?
Oh, I'm dead.
There's so many of you left for how foggy
No!
it is.
What?
I was dead.
Let's go.
Good job, Benny.
How did Benny win? No!
What do you mean by that?
What do you mean now by that? Alright, come here, Bear. It's time.
Of all people, how did Benny win?
No.
Damn.
I'll have it.
Anyways.
Oh my gosh.
Whoa.
I knocked Ulti out
Look
just
at me.
so I could get it. Oh
I'm
no!
out for blood. I mean, I'm out for cabbage.
Both of you! I just saw 2 cats running at me as I'm walking away.
Ready to pounce.
I'm gonna have to go now.
Alright,
Aw.
Blue Bear.
Thanks for
Oh
inviting
yeah, it's my
me.
key too. It's already
Yeah,
midnight.
thanks for joining.
Yeah.
That was a lot of fun.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Oh, hi,
With
Cindy.
ulti.
Bye.
You know what?
Is everybody still good with
Okay, I'm back. I'm sorry. Okay. Oh. Okay, sorry about that.
I called lamb a dragon, you know.
I'm sorry about that.
Really neat.
Welcome back.
Thank you.
Welcome back.
Thank you. I'm sorry about that.
That's all right.
Okay.
Let me put out this.
Oh.
Guess we gotta make a new lobby, right?
Oh no! You go ahead and play. I'll spectate more if you want.
No, we have room.
So, yeah.
Oh, you gotta go? Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
Alright.
Okay.
Alright, this will probably be the last round, and then I'm gonna have to go, and then I'll come back later.
Okay, dokie.
Oh really? I already quitted the game.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, I thought that was the last one.
Oh, well, I guess it'll be a 2v2.
Huh?
What? But I'm sorry. This is Ali's.
But, oh my gosh, I just used
B-Day,
myself
so
off.
yeah, I'm sorry. No.
But yeah,
Hello. Hello.
thank you all so much for joining me today and party animals and stuff.
No problem.
I'm
Oh.
getting out.
And thank you, Nina, for joining party
Goodbye,
animals
Cinder.
too. I know you don't like the game, but I'm glad you had fun. You did really well too. You did really well.
Happy birthday, Lucy.
Yeah, thank you.
Everyone.
Bye, Mina. Have a good night.
Bye.
Are you taking a break soon? Yeah, I gotta take my break soon. I gotta go out and do some stuff. Then I'll be good to go. Let the women have their fight.
Why is Opera opening up? Opera? No. You gotta sit down.
We're just gonna do this like quick game, and then I'm just gonna swap on over to just chatting.
We're going. Yes.
There
Wow!
Let's go, Simpson.
Damn it. I'm so sorry, Iwi.
It's okay.
Oh, no.
Simpson, I left the rest up to you. Watch out, he's got a gun! Oh, he threw the gun. He said, I'm gonna throw it.
Accidentally.
Evie got a gun.
I'm doing good. How about you?
Iwi eating herself off the fucking plane.
Eating.
Hi, Simpson. Get off of her.
You
Oh,
can
we're spectating. Oh, okay.
I'm gonna be close here.
How are you?
Iwi, headbutt!
No,
You
he
got
put.
it, Simpson. You got it. Use those paws.
Use those kitty paws.
True.
The other mod
Don't
actually
forget,
gives
you can
a shout out
headbutt.
to Mama Mina.
Oh,
Up on the head puts it out.
oh damn.
Come on, Iwi.
Come here.
Come on, Simpson.
No.
Go, Simpson. Let's go.
I did shower.
Yeah, we did it.
I did shower.
Oh, thank you for the hydrate and the stretch. The stretch left, then the stretch right.
Oh, damn!
Yeah.
Get off me!
Evie just backed you? No, it's all good.
I'm not going back to
It's all good.
Alright, everybody, that's gonna be it from me.
Okay.
Thank you so much for joining. I had a
Thank you so much for
blast
inviting
hanging
me.
out with you all.
Yes.
I'm
And
gonna
I'll be
keep
back-
playing if anybody wants to continue playing with me.
Yeah, by all means, feel free to continue playing. I'm gonna go ahead and exit the desktop.
Hey, Simpson, you wanna play with me?
Sure.
Let's fucking go. Okay, so we're gonna have to leave
Okay.
this game because it's a custom.
I will see you all later.
Thank you for inviting
Bye-bye.
me.
Feel free
Thank
to
you,
stay here.
Thank you for the invite.
Okay, that's how you disconnected. Okay. Well, that will be it for me too. Yeah. See, it says my Xbox on there, but for some reason I can't get my Xbox to work. I can't get my Xbox to work. That's the poopy part. That's the poopy part. Exit game mode, yes. But yeah, I can't get my controller to work. Which is sad. Which is sad. It's not yet! Not yet, Easy! Not yet! Not yet, Easy! Not yet! Hello, Easy. Hello. Oh, is this what you could go? What? Okay, now I can put the wobble sound back up.
Where are you?
Mm.
In the main area.
But I will say thank you for your early birthday, though.
I'll find you.
Yes. I might have to, like...
How the hell are you already lost?
Oh my god, Kettle?
I will say maybe I need to,
Oh my god, another...
I will may have to,
Giant screw.
Hold on, let me put, after this thing is done, I'll do the chat only thing. Oh, okay, there we go. And then I'll put music back. Okay. But yes, I got one new clip, so I was hoping to get that one. Oh, shit. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. You know, while I'm over here, because I don't feel like stopping right now, I don't know. You know what? Let me do this. Because I'm thinking maybe do an art stream. Let's... No, I'm gonna do a little bit. Oh, hydrate. Thank you. Hydrate. Yes. Thank you for the hydrate. Oh shit, my hands are going great. Okay. Since now, let me do this. Get squishy in. Because now I'm not playing party animals. Let's do... Let's do this. Yeah, I'll do an art stream for a bit. I will just get everything ready for then. Okay, yeah, squishy kabloop. And then get this in. Because since I updated my stick, squishy has reduced to console use only, or yeah, it'll reduce to console use only, or not 3 things at one end Steam. Because I did test it, it works fine, but the thing is the temperature just scares me. I was like, no, I don't want to chance it. Okay, hold on. Give me 2 minutes. I need to fix her audio. Always had to fix her goddamn audio. Ugh.
Pog online poggers.
There you go. So, let's do that. I really don't want to hook. Wait, what is this? Where is this? Oh, so it's right here then. I thought it was somewhere else. But no, it's over here. Okay. So let's go back to gaming, take you off, and I hope it doesn't switch us. Okay, Squishy should be there. Oh, that's right. I did that because I was in that spot. Okay, so then let me move my mic this way. Oh shit! My keyboard. Sorry if you hear any noises. I'm sorry. Cause like art pad is like really big poopy. Big poopy, big poopy, big poopy. Let me put you here. Oh, gimme! Let me put my keyboard like this. And then I'll scoot this way a little bit. Do this. My table is like running away from me. Oh, jeez, it's dusty. Guys, it's been a while since I've played this and. Okay. Just the bitch trying to get it in. Because I got this box thing and it won't go in. Or maybe I put it in wrong. Oh, no, I did put it in wrong. God damn it. Okay. Now I need my pen. Yes. I was making sure that it's working. Okay, so it is working. Yeah, okay, I can see my pen. Okay. Now let me get Photoshop on. Where did I put it? Oh, okay. I gotta make some outfits. Yes. It's always asking me if it's okay to do that because, well, because of I got the Photoshop, the CC version, the CCS6 or something, or it's a CS, I don't know. But it's the free version. I got the free version. Yes, but before I do that, let me get some croquis. If that's how you spell it. Base. Ah, okay, here we go. Yes. I mean, I can do that on my, the V-Roid Studio, but... yeah. Okay, let's do it like that. It doesn't have to be perfect. I mean, it could be blurry, it doesn't have to be perfect. Okay. And we get this open. Before anything, let me get it open. What? Nope. Is it in here? Did I? Yeah. Please let it be a decent size. No, it's fucking small. It's fucking small. It's poopy small. God damn it. No, I don't need to be that small. I don't need to be that small. I need to be bigger than that. I need to be bigger than that. That's poopy small. That's poopy small. That's poopy small. I mean, actually. Ow! What's going on? Easy! Easy! You see, I got one heart left. Easy! All the orcas! Okay. Which one would be a good? Oh wow. No, not that. And there is it's called Quirkies. For some reason, I don't know how to spell it. You would think it was. Oh God. Let me do it. Let me see if I put Quirkies. There it goes. Found it. Found it. Model. Oh. Okay, yeah. I used this at school once. So we're gonna use this. Okay, so and then open here. Get that. Yeah, that's a decent size. Okay. Now I'm gonna change to Photoshop. Yeah. Let's do this one. This one. Photoshop. No, I don't know why that's on. I don't know what I had that for. Okay. Blah 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 blah. Where is Photoshop? Oh. This? Wow. There we go. Okay. There we go. And then my pen works. Okay. I don't remember how to zoom in, zoom out. Okay. Okay. Now let me go look up on Google and see. Let's see what kind of. Oh. Let's do. Licky lickies, licky lickies, licky lickies. Ooh, I like that top. That top is okay. Okay, hold on. Can I do that? Cause then there's I had to buy it. Hold on. Let me. Evie, the lickies. Oh, the lickies. Licky lickies, licky licky lickies. All the licks. All the licks. No, let me. If I. Oh, okay. I can see it from here. Can I get it? Yeah, there we go. Okay, that's good. That's good. And then let me get low cut skirt to go with the outfit. That'll be awesome for that. No, no, not what I wanted. That's hella low. No, that's not what I was looking for. That's hella low. That's really hella low. That's almost like bottom low that you're only going to see the panties. No. No. That's not what I wanted. I thought that's what it's called, low cut. You know, like, hold up. I need. Do not. I think I gave you a shout out already, Easy. I mean, yeah, Easy, Evie. Yeah, I think I did. You know what? There you go.
Goodness, I remember this too. The slime inside of the popsicles. Oh.
There you go. I was thinking, like, why isn't that work? Oh no, I had to do that by myself. There you go.
You know.
Yes, little very good activities. Okay, so... Oh, right. I almost lost my train of thought. Low high cut? I think this is called low high cut. Skirt. It's not exactly 3, but yeah. Oh. Oh, there's another design here. Let me get this one out too. Let's see. Oh, this outfit would look better on that. Yeah. Can I get it a better picture than blurred? There we go. Thank you. No, stop. Okay. Okay. No, go away. Okay. How do we do this? These clips are lame. You're lame. Let me get my... I must go stream. I will still watch. Visit another time. Okay, no worries. Thank you for joining. I'm sorry that I had to take a brief step back. But I hope you guys will watch, have fun spectating my friends. But thank you for joining. We love you. We miss you. Oh, thank you for joining. Have a good one. So, Knuckles. No. Okay. Now I need to get my phone here so I can keep an eye on chat. You're the stinky. No, you know who's the stinky? Evie's the stinky. Let me get green. No. Let's do blue for this top. So it does like this. Hold on, I need to zoom in. How far can I zoom in on here with that? Oh, okay, without being pixelated. Okay, that's too much zooming. That's too much zoomy. That's too much zoomy. Okay. Let's get over here. Is this a good shade? No, it's not. What is the reset on here? Oh, nope. That's the erase. Okay. I'm sorry. I'm still learning. Okay, that's the okay. I'm still learning my buttons because I don't use my art pad very much. I don't use my art pad very. It's because of this. Because every time I hit buttons, this fucking G-Force experience keeps popping up on me. That's why I can't get my ears to floop down because, like, after Alt and Z or Alt R, like, G-Force experience keeps popping up. And I thought I have this blue. No, you get darker blue. Okay, so it goes up to the neck right here. So it goes like, oh, that's too thick. That's too thick. Oh, you fucking G. See, this is why I don't. No, stop. Oh, I need my gloves. What am I doing? I forgot my art gloves. I forgot my art gloves. I was thinking, like, why am I feeling the pad right now? No, I forgot my art gloves. Ha 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 ha. Okay. So let's do like this. It goes like right here. No. No. Get like that's like this. That's what she said. Hey yo. Hey yo. Hey yo. And then this is like, okay, so it gets thin and then wider, and then it goes right here. So, oh, damn it. That's another thing I have a problem on is like a single stroke. I don't do this number. I do one single stroke. Okay. Let's do like that and it gets bigger. Right there, shit. Right there. Yeah, trying to. There you go. And then there's another one. Do like this. This. And then. No, stop. And then it goes right. No, it's supposed to go like right here. That means that's not a right spot that I need to put in. Gloves. A single stroke and you're done. Giddy again. See, yeah, a single stroke and yeah, then I had to do the whole fucking shit all over again. So let's do like right here. And then right here. That should it's either this one needs to be redone. It's probably this one needs to. Oh, what am I doing? Oh, I need to start this all over. I forgot. Layers! You need layers. It's fine. I'm gonna just start this fucking shit over again. Anyways. So we're just like right here. Let's do like this, because I think that's what I see. Like that. And then this piece. Like that. Like that. Are you gonna make it look like that? No, the other side, I'm gonna do a different outfit. This one of like there's 3 crookies. I'm gonna do all 3 different outfits. Let's see. I could have just easily done a thumbnail thing too, but because I need this part. Because the lady I'm seeing that is like, it's like the booba's like right here. It gets off right here. You know what? I could do like this though, since I'm gonna be coloring it anyways. So let's do like this. And then we'll just do like that because I'm gonna color it anyways. So that means it gets me a little bit more to be on this side, right? Let's do right here. See, that's a little thick. That's thick. That's hella thick. That looks better.
Smells like strawberries. Smells like strawberries.
Boobas, boobas, yeah, boobas. Maybe if I curve it a little bit. Yeah, okay. Okay, that's better. And then that goes under the armpits right here. Like that. Let's go, Usagi, the fashion designer, and get it. Well, yes, I used to do this back in my trade school. Back in trade school. So this goes like this. Go like that. Oh, that's too thick. That's too thick. Let's do like that. Because that just like that. And then this one goes right here. And then this one comes up around right here. Oh, this one needs to go down a little bit. Just like that. It needs to be a little bit thicker. There you go. And then like that. Ooh, yeah. Ooh. Let's go. Put that on piece. Yes. Now let's go ahead and color this bitch. Sometimes it won't let me like do like this, so that way, like, you see, like I'm not over the line like that. But when I just this, it will be like that. So it's all good. Because I like to see the lines. Because if I don't see the lines, I'm going over it. I mean, I can do this tool, but last time I did that, it fucks up everything. Oh, no, it's not fucking up everything. Okay, I see you. I see you. I see you, you damn bucket. I see you, damn bucket. Then you don't want to do it. Every time I try to use you, you do that shit. Okay, I see you. Usagi's in creative mode. I am also. Jammy jams. Jammy jams. Jammy jams. Okay. Now it looks like it's all together, but just trust the process. Trust the process. Now let's do lighter blue. But we need to do another layer. Because the lighter blue is like around here. But I need to do like this. So that way it will make sense. Maybe I have it different colors. Yeah, stop sniffing my furs. They stink. But smell like jammy jams. Yeah, maybe I can put a different color over this one. Goes like that. I'm just doing this so that way I know where each room are. I'm surprised Streamlabs is working for me. Because it wasn't working. It was not working, so I think I fixed it. Whatever I done. Whatever I did, I fucking fixed the fucking issue. God, my God. Okay, let's do darker blue. Oh, shit. No, I want this one. I want this one. Give me that one. Yes. No. Okay. I'm not good at shading or wrinkles, but I'm gonna try my best. Now this one I do it like strucky struck. If I stop responding, I want Mimi's. Okay. Big pee brain mode. Okay. Baby go night night. Hold up. I need to bring my OBS up because I can't. There we go. Here we go, Mimi's. We love you. We miss you. Oh. Have a go sleep. Let's have a go sleep. Go sleep. Oh, right. Google Chrome. Got it. Okay. So, let's see. And then this will go also like that. And then I'll put lighter here. And then this one has a single wrinkle. Shit. I went over the line. Oh, wait. I won't be able to go to over. Oh, shit. That disappeared. Yeah. Excuse me. Okay. And then that one has like this. And then a little bit of the curve for the booba. Hi, Smexy Doggo Princess. Oh, no. Where's my cursor at? Did my sensitivity mouse got increased again? Yeah, I did. Why does it keep doing that? I don't know. My mouse is acting funny. Else. Chunka. It's chunkas. Oh, is that a chichihua? Is that a chihuahua?
Cute.
Is that a chichihua? Is that a chihuahua?
Cute.
Uh-oh. I got
6, 2, 4.
Ah, fuck! Oh! The doggo! Scared doggo! Doggo jump scared. Oh! Tabay, amiga. Tuban naman. Oh, games. The games. The medra games. We'll do here and then here. And then a single one here. Oh, that looks like it's been twisted. I don't know how to do that. Oh, there's supposed to be that there. Spooky game. That was Potato. Oh, you're thinking. Look, his name is Potato. And she cried. That's your thing. No. Oh. Oh. Do not cry. Do not cry. Yeah. And then there's a little. It goes like that. Okay. And then we're just gonna blur this out. Let's make it blend in. Just try to blend this in. Okay, I'm trying to get the brush a bit bigger. No, no, that's too big, because then it will disappear on me. Just like that. It disappear on me. Also, just farted yet again. My prom dress? What? What are you doing? I am drawing. Let's go. I see. I am drawing some fashion stuff that I used to do when I was in trade school. Okay, it's too big. Look, a long blonde dress, and that's. But yeah, it's like I used to do this when I was a kid. I used to design like clothing when I was a kid, and I used to turn it into my art teacher, and then that lay dormant, and then I went to school for fashion design. Oh, this thing needs to be longer. So yeah, and then after that, I was like, you know what? I used to do this when I was a kid. Let me do this shit. But it's been a hot minute since I did this again, so I'm not good at it. Oh dang! Oh, but I don't know. It could be for my model, or it could be for somebody else's model. I mean, it don't matter. But I'm not confident to, like, for this piece. I'm not confident to sell it or make a commission about it. I'm not confident about it yet. So it's like a practice kind of. Okay, so the lighter. Oh, I need to make this smaller. Yeah, so I'm not confident on that yet. Let's make it 5. And that's another thing too. I can't do that with there. I can't do that with the back. Yeah, it's for mine. It's for mine. I mean, I can offer my model to be a guinea pig. Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, if you want to, that's fine, Els. You could send that if you want to. Let's see if it works for you. Yes. Okay, yeah, it goes out all the way down here. guess all the little. But I don't know you. Go away. But I'm not particularly good at this. I mean, practice makes you better. It's for me. Nobody wants. I want that. What do you mean, my model? Yes, the model is cute. No, wait. That's not cool. It is now. Let me do this too, so that way it's not an eyesore. I'm not good at wrinkles. I suck at shading. I suck at wrinkles. I just suck at drawing in general. But I think I could do this on... Yeah, by the looks of the pattern face I'm looking at, I think I can do this on a Reroid Studio. Let's do like this. So, like I said, it's not an eyesore because that just everything's blended in, but this. So yeah, let's not make it like an eyesore, shall we? Also wanted to practice doing emotes too. I don't know how to do the movable emotes, but I think I have a program that can do that. I have not practiced on that yet. Yeah. You are doing good. Am I? That's my face. I don't know you. No, practice makes perfect. Yes. Yes, I believe it. Yes. I don't know how to switch that from here. Oh. There we go. I know how to switch it now. Let's do like... Oh, it's not showing up. Why is it not showing up? Let's do it like that. X! Holy shit. That's scary. That's scary, Els. That's scary. Dicks are scary. Oh, that's why I have a smudge. That's why it's not working. It's a smudge. Do like that so you know it's the booba there. And then we'll just smudge this bad boy in. Okay. Hee Dick for donut. Yeah, you got the pee-pee. You got the pee-pee donut. You got the pee-pee. Now, let me go here since I'm done with that. Now, let's do this bottom here. Okay, let's do black for that one. Let's go ahead and do black for that one. Oh, I see how it... Okay, so it's like right here. Oh, wait, new layers. Layers! I've got layers! Layers important! Layers are important. Importante. I got clipped. Okay, let's do like this. And then this one thing goes like this. And then this thing comes up like this. So go down here. I'm guessing this is also the same way, so let's do it like this. And like this. Go all the way down. Wee. Ah wee. It's okay. I'll fix that. Ah wee. Ah wee. No, BB. It's okay. I saw your post about demonologist. I can play with you depending on what. Oh, okay. Sure. Oh, there's something else I need to post on. Since, like, I had to cancel stream on my birthday. On my birthday. On 26. Because there's a nasty storm coming our way. And that is the type of storm that I am concerned that I will not be streaming. I mean, there is times where it's storming outside and I'm okay in streaming. It's because it's not that big of a deal. I don't hear anything about it. But this storm, it has me concerned, so I will not be streaming that day. But that is parting animals. And I wanted to see if everybody is okay if I change the game or just keep it as parting animals. I want to see if everybody's alright if we change, or is it Among Us? Hold on, let me check real quick. Give me hold up. Oh, I need to get off of this. I need to get off of this before I accidentally hit bad button. There we go. Yes. What? I spelled that wrong. Inviting me. Okay. Hatos, yes. That is stinky me sorry. So what? Why did you say stinky? Stinky. I was hoping you'd volunteer. Yeah, donut. You want donut? A donut? Donut? Shit, I misspoke. It was the 25th I'm available. Oh, okay, so it is Among Us. I also don't have party armor, so that'll be... Well, that will be changed because, like, the 25th, I'm not sure if everybody wants to play Among Us than Party Animals because, like I said, I had to cancel 26th because the storm is heading our way. I'm not sure if everybody wants to play Among Us rather than Party Animals on the 25th. So you know what? Let me do that. Let me make it announce or thingy. let me do that. Let me do that real quick. God, your new RAM is... Oh, yes, my RAM is working. Oodles, yes. Yeah, excuse me. We have to stinky. Guffy, you need to post the news. Yeah, I was thinking to put... Well, I want to see what everybody wants. If... I'm going to put it on Discord and on Twitter. If... Yeah, I'm gonna post it up. Because, like... It's tomorrow. It is tomorrow, so I am like shit with that. So I'm gonna be posting that after I'm done with stream. And see what everybody wants. And see if it's alright, because that stream is Among Us. The 26th is on Among Us, and I have to cancel that. So I want to see if everybody would rather play Among Us tomorrow, then I had to, like, reschedule for Among Us. Oh, shit. Let me go back to when I saw that dress at. Yeah, there it goes. Okay. So, yeah. Oh, I need to connect that, or otherwise the damn thing. Or the damn thing will not. I can't draw straight. You see that shit? I can't even draw straight. Damn it. I bet that burp tastes like booty cheeks. You think my burp tastes like booty cheeks, huh? You want another one? There we go. Yes, I can burp on command. Real? Real? Oh, easy. Since you're here, since you this doing it on Discord. I'm thinking like changing games that day or tomorrow because like I had to cancel my birthday stream because of the storms happening. I was wondering if you wanted to play. Well, you said you don't have party animals. Ew. So I guess you would rather play Among Us than party animals, yeah? Mine is better. Your burp is better? I got the doctor. Oh, my loopy on. Oh, okay, no problem. Yeah. Okay, so let me bring up. Oh, I didn't say that. Shit. Now something's gonna come up. Okay. I said it was unavailable. Tomorrow, oh, that right. Tomorrow you said you're unavailable. Never mind. Sundays are good, though. Okay. So, Sunday is the Monday. Yeah, Sunday I had to cancel that because there's a storm coming our way, and this is the one that I am concerned about. That I had to cancel that date because, yeah, it could be potentially a tornado threat. So, I had to cancel it. Oh, I'll give you guys updated because this is the storm that I am concerned. If it's just a thunderstorm or a regular storm, yeah, I was like, oh fuck it, I'll stream. Maybe the power will come up. I'm okay. No, this storm is concerning. Usually that type of storm, I was like, no. So I had to cancel that. I was like wondering if anybody wants to switch the games and play Among Us tomorrow instead of Party Animals. Yeah, I'm gonna cook lunch. Okay, cookies. Ooh, what are you cooking, Lisa? What are you cooking, Lisa? Is it tacos? Is it burgers? Is it fabbage? Fabbage? I'm looking rice and cheese, adding avocado. Yuck. Yuckies. Yucky avocado. But that sounds good without the avocado. Oh, you don't know what I haven't had in forever? Faba beans. Oh, I love faba beans. My aunt will like boil faba beans and then with sausages. Oh god. It's not that fancy. But it sounds tasty though. Usagi! Who did that? What? I else. But yeah, I miss that. I miss Faba's bean. And my mom likes to. My mom makes menudo, but she likes to put pig feet in her, and I don't like pig feet. When I make Faba's beans, I do everything without the pig's feet. I don't like pig's feet. I don't. It's just like the same consistency as boiled chicken skins. I don't eat boiled chicken skins. It's either be barbecued or crispy, and yeah, if it's not those, I will not eat it. I do not hate on avocado. Oh, you don't like avocado? Jesus fucking Christ, I hate you! Yeah, I don't like pig's feet either. See? Well, you like pig's feet donut? Is that why you hate me? Is that why you hate me? Is that why you hate me? You don't like you like it? You like it? Oh, you never eat chicken skin? Yeah, I only eat if it's barbecued or crispy. That's it. Other than that, nope. Or if it's like the skin tastes, or if the skin is like not crispy, or like it's almost like still floppy, I wanna eat it. Or baked. I think it was either baked. I don't remember, but I know there's some type of chicken skin I will not eat. I'll just give it to my dog or somebody who wants it. The chicken skin in the house. I was like, you want the skin? Yes, please. Okay, here we go. Oh shit. I also eat the. Oh, you and my mom, man. My mom will eat you. My mom will eat the heart, and you know what? When she makes the whole fish, I think it's nasty, but she loves it. She eats the fish eyeballs. I like taste and internal organs. Dude. I don't eat the heart. My mom will eat the heart. My mom also eats fish eyeballs. I don't like it. I never tried it. I don't want to eat it because it makes me think that they're still watching me. Nope, fuck that shit. You see, like it seems like such a Portuguese thing. What, eating a fish eyeball? That's my fault. Yeah. Oh, I think she eats codfish head. I think she does that. But oh, you want to know something? Cheeks eyes good on the fish. Fish. For years, I never know what the English term of bacalhau. I never know the English term because my dad never corrected us, so I don't know the English term of bacalhau until I saw Rachel Ray, and then she said what bacalhau is. I was like, it's fucking codfish. Are you fucking serious? I was like, I've been saying that so all my life, and yeah. So I never know what bacalhau is until like maybe about 10 years ago. Cockfish. I bet you like cockfish. Yeah, you like fish sticks, you gay fish. Yeah. But yeah, that's what's it. Oh, excuse me. Con senza, señor papa. Now I'm gonna do the thing like what I did to the top to make sure that I know where isn't it? Excuse me. Oh, it's Bloody again. Hello, Bloody. Hello. He bouncing off the booty cheeks. I love the way he runs. Yeah. Oh, that's been bouncing off your body. Hey, yo! Burpity burp. Yes, burpity burp. Hey! Damn! I don't know if you like it that way, Donut. I didn't know you like it that way. Oh. I don't know, you like it like that. Oh. Since I made this all black, oh, I have to do the like this. Now I'm fine with just being soft because I'm gonna blend it anyways. So then this goes like this. On the other side, no, it goes like this though. And then this, this goes like this. It goes all the way down. Same thing with this fucker. This one goes all the way down. This one stops right here, but then another crease. Got the bromance. You're freaking smooth and sucky boy. Now there's a way that I could do this and then let me see. Oh no. Okay. So that pen is not, that thing is not working. Alright. This goes all the way down. What about the sides? I guess the side just comes up like this. Same thing with this side. I mean, it looks like shit right now, but trust this process. Trust the process. It's not bad. It's not bad. I'm gonna blend this fucking shit anyways. And then this will do like this. And then we'll do like this, cause make it like that. Make it bigger than this here. There you go. Now time for the blend. No, not that. Blend. Lunch is cooked. You can just time out Tony. He loves it. Time out donut. Oh shit. See, this is what happens if I don't layer it. You see this right here? That's what happens. This is what happens if you don't fucking layer shit. And I just come, you know what? I gone too far. Shit. I come too far. Damn it. Fuck. Ah, fuck me to drinks. And it doesn't work when you have the layers like that. Shit! Ooh. I want the eye drop. Give me the eye drop. Give me the eye drop. Nope. That means I have to make this a little bit bigger then. To cover this bullshittery. Cover this whole bullshittery. Cover all this bullshittery. Bullshittery, you cackle. Hey, Blunt, where? Pass that shit, mine. You have to fart. 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 You didn't see shit. You didn't see shit. Just pretend this is just This is just nothing. 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 Shh. You ain't see shit. You ain't see shit. Oh, the existing lines? Oh, no, don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. Net. Okay, now we can smoogie. But then it would come up behind it. See, shit. Hold up. Okay, it won't be too bad if I did both. Okay. If I have to, I have to go over with a black. Because look at this bullshit. I need to increase the brush. Okay. And then go up here. We don't talk about this. We don't talk about this mess. We don't talk about this mess. We don't talk about this mess. Do that. Nah. Hey, who did that? Hi, Vanny. Oh. Thank you,
give
buddy.
a warning. 18 plus with a title, okay? Okay, it looks fine. It looks fine then.
18 plus? Being saucy? Hello again. It was fun playing. It was fun playing. Yes. We should do it again sometime. Oh, maybe we can. Yeah.
Okay,
I'll go.
To get you all caught up.
Yeah. Yes. Oh, since I got almost, I have a ride home safe. That is good. Oh yeah, that's right. You were like on your work. That's right. You said you were on your work. That's right. Since I got most of y'all here, since I had to cancel the the 26th stream because the storm is coming.
You do is just as cute as you are.
You get else.
Sidles up behind Natsuki and puts her hands on her shoulders.
Did I give you a shout out else? I don't remember. I'm
not
sorry if I
cute.
did it. But there's donut too.
Okay,
The
you
donut.
like
What did you do?
poems?
The donut. Cause
Eh?
donut.
Well,
Donut's
I
a
guess
saucy
sometimes.
donut. But I don't know if you guys rather play Party Animals tomorrow or Among Us. Because Among Us on my birthday.
It can hit you.
Oh, so on the way.
Because Among Us is on my birthday. I had to cancel it because a nasty storm is heading our way. But I wonder if you guys want to play Among Us better or Party Animals. It don't matter to me, but I just wanted to know what you guys think. Because like I said, I had to cancel the 26th stream. And I'm gonna keep an eye on the storm, like heavily, like I've been doing. Cause that could be a potential tornado threat. I'm tired of this. I'm tired of this town I want to go. I want to go back to my hometown. I want to go back to Nevada already. But we are planning to going back because we overstayed our welcome here, and I'm tired of this fucking weather. I don't have no idea what's it doing. It's scary. It's scary. Man used my emotes twice. He deserved a second shot. Nice. She used my emote. She deserved a shot. Oh. You heard that? You heard that? If you use bloody emotes, he gives you a shout out. Let's go. Ah, yee. Free shout outs. Hey. Yes. I really like your emotes. Yes. I do too. Party animals fun. I don't have party animals, so I stick with Among. Okay. Okay, that's fine. I mean, it's kind of a last minute. I know it's kind of a last minute. I apologize. I do apologize. Oh shit. Ah. Maybe it will be better if I have. Okay. No, maybe it's in this one. It's probably this one. It's probably in this layer. Maybe I should. Yeah, it is. Okay. The fuck up later. The fuck up later. I'll fix that bullshittery later. Or maybe if I blend it, it probably won't fix it. You can't control stores. You need to. No. Oh, thank you. Obrigada, amiga. Obrigada. Yeah, there's also somebody that says it's better safe than sorry. So yeah, that's why I'm being precaution of this storm. Like I said, if it's just a normal thunderstorm that I don't hear anything about it, I just brush it off. It's like me. I'm okay to stream. I'm okay. But this storm, no, this storm has my anxiety kick in. I'm like scared as fuck. I'm a scared doggo. No. See, I'm not good at shading this bullshittery. But designing it, I'm okay at it. Not so much. I mean, I'm pretty sure Bloody could do it better than I can. Annyeong! Hey, annyeong! But yeah, I'm gonna make an announcement and see what everybody wants. And see who, if they have time to come in tomorrow.
Not everybody can eat chicken eggs from their homegrown chickens.
Yes, I'm gonna see if they rather play Among Us tomorrow or stick with the plan, stick with the schedule
homegrown
plan.
is definitely not the right word to
Bloody's
say
your
here,
favorite
but
song. Oh,
I
shit.
don't care.
Nope, I want this one. It's doing something on my other screen. So let's. Nope, not that. Where is it at? There it is. There you go. That's what her whole outfit looks like. I just to put two pieces. When I was in school, I used to like when I have these no problem. I'm doing good. I'm doing peachy. I didn't feel like ending the stream right then after celebrating LT birthday. So I was like, you know what? I'm gonna do what I've been procrastinating. So my eyes are going cray. You see that? You see that? You see this? My eyes are doing like Tiny Tina. Oh my god, it's funny. My eyes are doing like Tiny Tina's going cray. But yeah, that's I said like I don't feel like ending the stream right then. So I was just like, you know what? Let me do something that I've been procrastinating because my drawing sucks. But yeah, so I'm doing the art stream. Well, fashion art stream. Yeah. What the fuck? Penis? What? Penis? What? What? Who said penis? Who said penis? Penis! Let's do a little... Oh! Jesus! No, stop! Stop! What are you doing? Oh! Okay. my art pad just went bonkers. I mean, it is a knockoff, so it's not a real thing. It's a knockoff, but it's cheap that I could afford. Hired. Absolute cray. Yeah. Oh my god, piss boy. You bloody with the. This one is like one of the outfits that I want to do for my model. But again, this is not. I mean, I could do these for my model if I wanted to, but I'm not confident on it, if that makes sense. I'm not confident on doing it. So, let's see. This goes like right here. This part here. I mean, like, I'm not doing this for no commission because I suck at it. Obviously, you guys can see. So, yeah, I may put this on a model. You know, practice. Practice is good. Practice is good. But I suck at shading. That's the thing. I suck at shading. Bloody, you need to. Can you help me with the shading bit? I mean, you're good. You're a good PP artist. You can help me out. Help the doggo out. See, even my phone agrees. So this goes like this. It comes out right here. See, this is one another outfits I was thinking of having for my character. It goes like this. And then there's straps like goes like that. Like that. That. There's another one goes like this. Oh. Okay, so her underwear's like this. Okay, so get this in there too. I'm glad my extreme elements is like working because it was being a pain in the ass. It was not doing what it's supposed to. But I'm glad. I think I got it fixed. I think I got it fixed. Yeah, something like that. Now, I'm using the free version of Photoshop, the S6, but it's the older version, not the newer version. I'm using the old version. I have not updated, and I can't afford the actual Photoshop, so I'm using this for now. So then this will come up right here onto here, so you know it's on the back. Just like so. I'll probably want to make this one a different color. Or maybe I might do my own little spin-off. Excuse me. Burpees. Yeah, burpee whoopies. Burpee whoopies. Let's do like that. Oh wait, check. No. That doesn't go do like that. This goes right here. But I need to delete this part. Why aren't you deleting? Why? Oh, there we go. Oh no, it's doing that crap again. For some reason, when it gets like when it's doing this for so long or something, it will lag on me. I'm not sure if it's because of the art pad or is it Photoshop that is like really fucking old and is just doing that crap. Yeah. Oh, making sure that. Oh wait, no. Oh wait. No, I need to delete that again. I need to delete that part again because it doesn't need to be here or here. It needs to be like right here. Maybe that one need to be connected right there. No, I had it right. Let me see. Yeah. Okay, I had it right. Maybe. But just do like this. It doesn't show on her. Okay. It's fine. It's all good. So let's do a lighter color this time instead of black. Nope. No, that's fine. No. You know what? Let's do another layer. Let's see. Yes, new layers. No, hold up. I need to change. There we go. That's what I wanted. In order. That's what I want the order. So right there. There we go. So you can see that. Yeah, boy. So that way you can see this black part. I'm guessing what if it's just like flopped over or something, it will show the this part here or something like that. This is taking too long. Please behave. Okay. See, that's what I mean. There's something that's not connecting. That's something that is not connecting. Okay, fine. I'll use the brush. Meow. Foryou! Long time no see. Hello. We meet again. I'll forgive you, even though I give you a shot earlier, but I will give you another one. Because why? You're the birthday boy!
Yeah.
Don't fall into the
I wonder if
pit.
they'll come
Don't
back for
fall
me.
into the pit, okay?
Oh, you forgot a birthday! Let's go! Even a shout out is no, that's your birthday.
Yeah.
Let's go!
No, the ship is to the right. They're dodging it.
Dodgy.
That's a giant pumpkin. Jesus.
Minty, that was pretty funny though.
It
when
was
we were,
fun,
we saw
Auntie.
that giant.
Yes,
Mother
it was fun. I hope that we could do it again.
Yeah, I never saw it spawn
I
before.
hope we could do it again. Or one of my birthday streams too.
Yeah, she just fell.
Oh, she. I fell a lot in that game too. I fell a lot in the game too. Especially when the monster comes around and they're like, I panicked, and when I panic, my body goes auto mode and I can't
And
stop
was
it.
so confused.
I can't. I don't think. I just go for it. I just whatever my body decides. Just nope. So yeah, it's bad. It's bad how my body does that. It's bad. Now I will do this one in the back. Black. Yes, I'll do the back. But yes. But like I said, I'm gonna do an announcement on Discord and on Twitter and see what everybody wants to play more. Oh. Stinky dicky. Who's stinky? Who's doing that? It's either Donut or Evie. It's Jenny! Hi, Jenny! Oh. Hold on. Let me do this because I'm not... I'm gonna do old school way. Nope. Hey, yo? Oh. No? Hello. There you go. Oh, I didn't know it does that. Okay, that's new. That's new. I don't know what it does. Okay, that's new. That's new. That's new. That's new. That's new. But yes. Oh, look at that Rolly turtle. Look at the Rolly turtle. Yes. Rolly turtle. Rolly turtle. But yeah, I'm gonna make an announcement. Like I said, I'm gonna make an announcement to see if I would rather play Among Us tomorrow than Party Animals or keep on schedule. Because unfortunately, there's a storm coming in my birthday on the 26th that I had to cancel it. I don't like doing that to people because, like, I was looking forward to it, but better safe than sorry because, like they said, it could be a potential tornado threat. And I don't like it. I don't want to do that. I don't want to go relive on December again. I don't want to relive on December. Okay, so... Oh, wait. No. Let's do darker gray. Okay. Yeah, darker gray, and then let me go. That should be good. Yeah. There we go. That should be good. And then there's fold here. Fold here. Yeah. No, excuse me. I did shower. Sorry, I didn't see. I did shower. And then I'll do... I made that reading specially for Evie. I made that for Evie. Because you always call me Stinky. Even my phone agrees! I felt betrayed. I felt betrayed. Now with this one, I will do it in the back just like this. I will do, let's see. Okay. I mean, the pose is different from what I'm seeing, but I tried to match the, oh, wait, let me go back up. It's a little like this. And then like that. And it goes like this. Like I said, I'm not good at wrinkles. Don't judge me. Don't judge me. I'm not good at wrinkles. Wrinkles, wrinkle, dinkle, wrinkle, dinkle, wrinkles. Oh, blend the shit out of this shit. Or blend the shit out of this shit. Trying to make it halfway decent. Make it halfway decent. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. I'll do one more outfit and then I'll call it because I'm getting hungry. I am getting hungry. Get me getting hungry. Woo! Okay, let's see what it looks like without this. Oh, I need to connect that now, do I? Yeah, I do. Now that's fine. Was it a gap like that? Because like there were shows like no. No, it would not look right when there's a gap like that. No. Hey, stop. Okay, now I can connect this thing. Get this here. That way it goes like that. And then like that. There we go. That's another outfit. Blip! Whee! Okay, now there we go. Let's do one more outfit though. So let me look up. Oh, there's a pattern piece. High-low flare pattern tutorial. Oh. Okay, let's... Oh, that's almost the same thing that I was doing, but on a different person. Her hips is not as wide as the girl I was looking at. Now, let's see, what should I do? Oh, you know what? This dress looks cute. Too revealing for my taste, but for my model, why not? You know what? I'm gonna do this. Let me... No. She's fucking taking a selfie. It looks like she's taking a selfie with that dress. Oh, the back looks cute. Yeah, she got that cake. What? That's on a side. I'm gonna do this way. Okay. Let's do it like what? Let's do it like that. Okay, there we go. Alrighty, let's go back to the darker blue. So it looks like that is like this. Oh, new layer, look, new layer. I don't name my layers. I don't name my layers. I just click. It's like, oh, where's it go? Oh, it goes to this one. Okay. I'm bad at that. I need to stop. No, stop. I need to stop doing that. I really do. I really do. Okay, so it goes here, across here, on the top booba to the piece. And then this come up here, and then it gets wider. And it stops right here, because there's the opening like that. Oh wait, the opening is just a little bit smaller. Oh Jesus. That's fine, that's fine, that's fine. And then this goes across here. And then go compass like this. And then it does like this. And it connects to here. Just like that. And then there's another one. It goes like this. Here. And then it connects to here. Color that in. And then last one. Here. This one is really, really wrinkly. This one is really, really wrinkly. Oh shit, nope. See, I wanted to hit that thing, but every time I hit that undo button, my fucking G-force activate. And I hate it when it does that shit. It's like I can't cancel anything without it activating, and when that happens, it will not undo anything. Like, I can't get my ears to flop down with on Blender, because when I had to hit Alt R, my fucking G-force will activate, and it gets on my nerves with that shit. So this is an easy cut, easy pattern. But there's a lot of fucking wrinkles on this dress. God damn, there's a lot of fucking wrinkles. God damn. And on the back, it's like this. Hold on. The back is like, here's that part. And then that. And then there's that C. Like that. And there's a little. Like that. Something like that. Okay, now new layers. Yep. Did I click it? Yeah, okay. Now let's do a lighter blue. Oh, I need to put this down. There we go. Because my coloring skill sucks. Coloring skill sucks like Pippi. It sucks like Pippi. Oh, Pippi. Oh shit. I'm not going back because I'm doing the single stroke. I am not going back. Because if I go back, this is what happens. If I go back, I'm not starting over. So what I'm doing is doing this. Haha. I cheat the system. So this like this. Like so, like this. So. Like that. Sometimes I go a single stroke, or sometimes I just go blah 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 blah. Yeah. Oh, speaking of something, I need to see if my parents' gift comes in. Because it's supposed to be... Oh, no, 2 seconds. While I'm thinking about it. Because I know my ass will fucking forget. Okay, making sure that... making sure you guys only see the Photoshop and nothing else. Orders, here it is. Yeah, it should be there 2 days ago. I need to talk to my dad. And see, mister? You didn't say shit? Hello? You didn't say shit to me? That's normal, anyways. Okay, so then... This, I will go bloop. What? Where's the fucking... It's not connected? It's not connected? Oh, fuck. This is another thing about with doing thumbnails when I had to delete the background. Because, like, normally I do like this. Trying to figure out where the cut is at. Let me see if I can figure it out. Okay, now let's see. Nope. It's somewhere. I don't know where's it at. I don't know where's the gap is at. Fuck. That's another thing with, like, I'm doing thumbnails, it would do that shit. Especially when it has, like, a white background and I'm trying to use this thing right here. The magic one. And the whole entire, like, let's just say this part cuts off, like, hella bad. Oh, it's like, oh no. So I had to use the erase tool just to go here and then do that, trying to box it in or some shit. And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, and I had to manually do it. I fucking hate when that happens because, like, ugh. Oh, speaking of thumbnails, I got 2 videos ready to go. I need to see if it's already been a week. Because I got Yakuza ready to go, and then I got greatest penguin heist of all time ready to go. I'm trying to stack up on videos. But I know I'm stuck up on shorts. Oh shit. Because somebody told me don't put the post shorts videos all at once. Just do it like 2 every other day or 1 every day. So that way we're trying to draw more people in. But so I'm trying to do that. Cause I'm up for experience. See, that's what I mean. It's lagging if it's on it for too long. Okay, now let's downsize the brush. No, that's too much. Nah, that's fine. Then let's go do it a little darker for the crease. Okay. For the wrinkles. I don't shit. Layers! Or he's gonna do that bullshit with this. With that. Nya, 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 nya. I think the brush is a little too big. For, at least for this, you know. No, I'll just do it right here. Okay, so it goes like here. All the way down to the booba area, like right here. And then this comes out to the side here too. And then just like this. Like that. Like that, and then a little bit right here, but we'll just do like here too, so that way whoever wants to use this design to use their character, if they know how to do it on Vroid, that way we'll say that this part is the booba. We'll say that part is the booba. Like that. And then this goes across, this wrinkle goes right across. This also goes across, but I'm not gonna connect it. This also goes across. There's one that does like this, and then it comes out like that. She's sitting down, that's what I'm looking at. This also go across. We'll do rinse and repeat. Just do a little bit like that. There you go. Now time to blend this shit. It's time to blend this whole. Blend this loot. I'm gonna extend this blending part here. That looks like a wrinkle, right? I don't know. I don't fucking know. I'm bad at this shit. I am really bad at this shit. Bop, 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 bop. And then... Okay, then let's do lighter blue to highlight all the wrinkles. Wait, hold on. It'll be better if we do like this. And then make it lighter. Yeah, right there. Should be good. Okay. I'll make it brush smaller, but I'm gonna use my mouse because I'm not good doing that. There we go. Do like on a side here. Oh shit, layers. Oh, good thing I didn't go too far, or I wouldn't go back too far. There. Layers. There we go. Forgot. These layers! Layers like ogres! Ogres got layers. Just like onions. And lasagna. Oh god, I'm hungry. Okay. Take that. This one I'm just gonna do on the bottom. Oh, I forgot to do on this. Booba. There we go. Just a little bit. Up. There we go. And then smudge that bitch. Smudge that hue. Okay. That's almost like a wrinkled, yeah? Yeah, it's almost like a wrinkle, yeah. It does look like it pops out, doesn't it? Now let's see. Final results. Oh, wait. I forgot to do something. Connect this bad boy here, and there's also this bad boy here. But it will make sense though if I do that, because then it will think there's a strand there. So yeah, that won't make no goddamn sense. It only will make sense for this piece right here to connect because it's a fabric and there's a gap right here. Like, oh, okay, that's, you know. Oh. No, I wanted this up here. There you go. No, that's not working. Oh, shit. That's why it's not working. Okay, where's my... There it is. No, I want this one. Yeah, okay. So, do this. And then this. There you go. It's good, yeah? Yeah, that's good. They good. They good. Okay. Why is the X? Yeah, let's see what the back looks like. Yeah, it's not connecting. Okay. Well, let's do it like that. And then zoom out. Well, that's the outfits so far. I really like this one comes out though. This one's my favorite. Out of all of them, that one's my favorite. Oh, come on. Oh, fuck. I was like, don't do this shit to me. Yeah, that one's come out my favorite. That was my favorite one. Okay. Let me change to chatting. I'm gonna save this. Oh, okay. I was a little afraid that we're just gonna save it to. Okay. Bring everything back. Stretchy, stretchy, stretchy. Thank you, Els. Oh god. I need it. Oh shit, shit, shit. Fuck. My nail's halfway broken, and I'm trying not to rip it because it's too close to the part where it hurts. There you go. Yes. Yes. Thank you, Els. Thank you for the stretchies. Thank you for the stretchies. Let's see. No. Where's my pad? I need my keyboard pad. My keyboard patty. Keyboard patty. Okay. Wait, I'll be streaming. It's gonna stream today. Today's Friday. It's today Friday. I don't remember. It is Friday. Oh, I'm gonna ask if Prince wants to stream today. For double stream? Let's see, because I made a schedule for next week. Oh. Oh, I think she said not this week because that's this Friday because of her family or some shit. I don't remember. I don't remember. Shit memories. Shit memories. Okay, let's do future. We'll name this future. Clothing. Clothing. I can't spell clothes right. I can't spell clothes. Clothing for YouTubers. Like I said, if anybody knows how to do this better than I can, now by all means, use it. But just give me credit, because I do this design. I do this design. This design is mine. It's a design of mine. I mean, I could put two things to put together, like I did when I was in school. And there was this top, this pattern piece. This was this top I like, and there was this skirt I like, but it doesn't go together with the pattern. I was just like, joke's on you. I could do this shit, so I could put it together. So I put it together with like the top and then the bottom. Like, let's just say the top and the bottom is like one part is A, the bottom one that I like is like part B with a different top. So I put A and B together. So it's just like, joke's on you. I can do this shit. Joke's on you. Joke's on you. So let me take this up. Oh, hi, Squishy. You're right in front of my face. Let's see. Who's the... Evie is on. Evie is on. Zumbo boy. Okay, let's see. Oh, there's two people playing that new... Oh, three people playing that game. Wuthering Waves. It's the new one, like almost like Genshin Pack. Bye, Elsie. Bye. Oh my god, thank you for coming in. Yes. So there's three people there, and he's... Oh, the 1,000 Years Door is already out? Nice. Ooh, Revive's on. Akai. Boosely? Onion. And then my other best friend, he's the one who got me into VTubing the most. Like, no, when I see his model onto Twitch screen, because I thought, like, it was something else. I was like, how the hell did he do that shit? But he also got me inspired. He inspired me to become more of a VTuber. So I was like, So, let's see. Who should we raid? I should make a wheel. Yeah, I should make a wheel next time. Oh, God. Okay. Let's see. Oh, I don't think we... Have we raided Onion before? I don't think we raided Onion before. I don't remember if we raided Onion before. That's why I keep notes. So I know which one who I raided and who I haven't yet. This is why I keep a notebook. But I've been slacking. I've been procrastinating to do that shit. So I don't know. So, the raid message. Yes, I actually made a raid message thing. Just you could copy and paste that. There you go. Yes, I actually made it. I actually made one. Yeah! So, yes, that's the raid message. There you go. Yes. Thank you for joining. I'll see you next time. Love you. Bye. I'll see you later. Bye-bye. I'll get some num-nums.
Thank you for coming. We'll see you next time.